qualify. Not available in all states.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Pentagon says an Iran attack on Israel is possible this week. Press Secretary Brigadier General Pat Ryder says the U.S. is ramping up its military presence in the region with one main goal in mind.
Deter a wider regional conflict, prevent a regional war in a very tense Middle East.
U.S. still working on a ceasefire and hostage release deal. Progressive Squad member Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman, fending off a primary challenge in Minnesota. Omar addressing supporters Tuesday night.
We know it is joyful to want to live in a peaceful and equitable world.
She defeated Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels. And Tropical Storm Ernesto is starting to pummel Puerto Rico with heavy rain and strong winds. It's expected to strengthen into a hurricane later today. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Minnesota's rookie quarterback has caught a tough break. Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell said Tuesday that J.J. McCarthy has a tear in the meniscus of his right knee and will require a procedure. Whether McCarthy needs a trim of the meniscus or requires a full repair will be determined during the procedure. According to NFL Network, a trim would only mean McCarthy would miss a few weeks, while a repair would mean, quote, many months. O'Connell said the injury occurred during Minnesota's Saturday preseason game against the Raiders, where McCarthy was 11 for 17 for 188 yards, throwing for 2 touchdowns and an interception. Veteran quarterback Sam Darnold has taken the majority of the first team snaps at training camp. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame Night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
I'm Dan Morgan. One question many people wonder is, does the law firm I hire for my injury case matter? Of course it does. At Morgan & Morgan, we've invested millions into making sure your experience from first call to your settlement is so easy. You can literally start your case right from your couch in just a few clicks. You'll also be able to text your case staff and lawyer anytime you need. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Injured? The choice is easy.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text AREA to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kale and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, Hump Day. It is indeed Kale and Company on this Wednesday, August 14th, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kale, Kayal. Dawn. I'm well.
Yeah.
All right, open your mouth, stick your tongue out. Say
Oh, man, what a show we have today.
It's usually my line.
Sorry.
Yeah. Kind of an interesting show. A little of this, a little of that.
A little of everything.
A little of everything.
Yeah.
Indeed. Cut sheet at 7:45. Bruno at 8:30. Your voicemails in the final 30 minutes of the show. Why are they coming in?
I love those voicemails, man. Yesterday's were the best.
You should just clip all of them. Just post them every day.
The guy with the Wookiee sound.
Yeah.
And the guy that just called in and said Greg Stocker sucks.
Yes.
I love it.
Left off the website.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's good. I love it.
Indeed.
Yep.
If you have an issue with me eating blueberries, that's what we created the voicemail for.
That's exactly what we created the voicemail for. It's if you're listening on the Odyssey app, and by the way, if you're not, you should be. Listen on the Odyssey app, download it. It's free.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the microphone button and leave us a voice message, and at 9:45 this morning, we'll play it for you.
Yes, sir. A big take this morning on Kamala and Trump as both jockeying for position. Some good news for Donald Trump we'll get to. And also an observation and an analogy that I think is very appropriate for what Trump is fighting in his third campaign of his political career. We'll get to that at the bottom of the hour. And also, people need to be aware of two things. Axios and Politico are typically not a Republican's best friend, but they point out two things that I think Republicans need to hear that you really wouldn't typically see from these publications. We'll get to that as we move forward this morning. Also, some fun stuff, including who would you rather have a drink with?
Me. Oh.
Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Oh, for God's sake.
He doesn't drink.
Are we doing this?
I know he doesn't.
Are we doing this, really?
Yes.
Who'd you rather have a drink with?
And the polling results in the swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are quite interesting.
You know who I'd rather have a drink with? A person who puts more money in my pocket.
Yeah. Like our advertisers.
Well, yeah, exactly. Thank you. Look at you. Look at you.
Yeah. But save the rim shots for Bruno. Also still ahead this morning. The highest a Republican has ever gotten with Jewish voters is about 40%. Why Trump could set that record this year, and it could be the difference in the outcome of the results of the election. Very interesting story. And Dawn mentions this. It seems like all we do is talk about crime. Interesting story on how the Democrats are manipulating crime statistics when that's not really the truth and the reality of the situation in our country. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Let's get to the violence. Let's get to the crimes. Who got shot? How bad was the shooter's aim? All of that and more. Round number one.
The Phillies got shot last night.
Yeah, well, they're shot for the season, I think. 5-0.
Shot or shut out.
Yeah.
Sorry, Don.
The Fish, they shot him again. It's amazing. 40 games under 500. You still can't beat that squad. A ragtag operation.
Well, they've never seen that pitcher before, so.
Oh, yeah, I love that excuse. Well, first time around against a guy they have no tape on. Well, we've got plenty of tape on Dawn Stensland. She's been doing it for years, and she's back for more here at 6:05.
Wednesday, August 14th, your hump day forecast coming up, 68 degrees this morning as we are sponsored in Kale and Company News Live by United Tire. So police in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, investigating, they say, after a child was shot, a juvenile was shot. And so this happened in the 400 block of Darby Terrace. This is Darby, Pennsylvania. Officers responding to that shooting last night. They were focused on one home, they say, where the victim was taken, rushed to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And we don't have word right now on that child or preteen's condition. No further details released. We simply know that this incident happened inside a home, and they're not even including the young victim's age or what led to that gunfire, only that we had somebody rushed to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia.
It's always the same thing. We don't know what caused this. We don't know what was the motivation. And, of course, the police have to act as the medics. It's the same thing, just insert different people in different neighborhood, right?
Yeah, it's so true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Philadelphia's newest task force, which Sherelle Parker, Mayor Parker, had created this or pushed for this task force as well, and it's really aimed at cutting down on crime in the city. But they held their first meeting last night. It's called the Parent and Guardian Engagement Task Force, and they met at City Hall last night. This is the goal here, to come up with ways to get parents more involved with their children and with their communities.
Okay.
So saying, parents, you need to be involved. City officials say that last year, 17+% of all the shootings involved people under the age of 21.
Mm-hmm. Shocking. It's amazing what you could actually do as a parent sometimes if you just don't let your kids zone out on a device or an app as you do the same thing. It's not parenting involvement. Fill up the hours of your kid's day, right?
Yeah.
That's why they created the extracurriculars.
Well, this is something that Mayor Sherelle Parker, when she was voted in, worked with City Council, passing legislation to establish this special task force, among other things. But this was one of her priorities that she had campaigned upon, saying, let's bring together parents, bring them into the conversation. And remember, she had declared a state of emergency due to public safety concerns.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the things that answers to that. We also have the beginning of school happening in Philadelphia in just 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And oftentimes we hear about schools because of the heat. We'll get to the forecast in a moment. But extreme heat often has forced schools to close at lunchtime or close altogether because of no air conditioning. However, we have many schools across our region, nearly 199 new air conditioning units installed at schools across the district. And this is thanks to a donation by Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts.
Wow.
The
Eagles! Yeah.
His foundation donating more than $200,000 to outfit these schools with air conditioning units.
All right, very good. He might not like his head coach, but he does like cool classrooms.
Well, we are sponsored this morning by United Tire. Stop by United Tire. Say you want to trade in your old tires, get $100 off 4 new tires, and you'll get no-fault road hazard coverage for free. Now, that includes free maintenance like rotations, flat tires, and much more. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Discover Lancaster sponsors our sports and our weather. Well, hopefully they want to sponsor our sports. Maybe that'll be good luck for tonight, because last night, against the Fish, the Marlins, our Phils, 5-0. We lost big time.
Yeah, if they can't beat the Marlins tonight, I'm officially opting out of the softball game tomorrow at the bank.
Oh, that's not. You can't.
No, you'll be good luck.
Yeah, it's for PAL. It's for the Police Athletic League.
Win some games, you bozos.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I had read a statistic on X by our sister station and a friend of mine, Dave Uram, who does sports over there.
Yep.
That the Phillies need to go 23-13 for the rest of the season to win 100 games,
which is certainly attainable, right? I mean, that's 23, and they could easily do that. It's just
they just have to win games,
right? They just have to win games, which is easier said than done. But what is that? 64%?
Yeah,
they could do that. Yeah. They could. I mean, they were at almost 7 out of every 10 until they came back to earth about a month ago.
What's going on?
And there's still 6 games up on the Braves.
Yeah, it's because the Braves are not that good.
It's unbelievable.
They're lucky.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. But you know what? No, I don't know. There's like 4 teams out there that could, maybe 5 teams that could win this whole thing. So they're right in the mix. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Phillies, the Braves.
Guardians.
Cleveland, team that nobody knows about. They don't even know where they... Oh, that used to be the Indians. Oh, yeah, I remember Cleveland. Yeah.
I don't know. The Diamondbacks showed the Phillies last series why they were... that we own you.
Yeah. I'm ready for football. Let me know when October gets here, and then I'll check back in on the Phils unless they absolutely bottom out here.
Yeah.
By the way, after 4 years of offering free parking, SEPTA has announced it's reinstating those parking fees starting next month. So,
by the way, programming note: the Phillies will be on our station tomorrow, starting at 6:05. So. The Phillies Nationals game will be heard tomorrow on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, starting at 6:05.
So I think Rich is happy about that.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, we could just preempt Zioli and we could just broadcast the softball game. Imagine me on 1210.
Softball?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to him.
Yeah, the Police Athletic League.
Yeah.
You hear your boy rounding the bases on the radio? Here's the 2-2 to Kale.
I love it.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Discover Lancaster is sponsoring our forecast. I think you're going to love the forecast. Today and tomorrow, 86 degrees, bright sunny skies with lows. Pretty much every morning we're starting out 65, 66 degrees, so nice, cool overnight lows. Friday, we heat up a little bit, 87 degrees, clouds moving in, and unfortunately, moving in for the weekend. So your Saturday and Sunday, lower 80s, 82, 83 degrees respectively, but with spotty showers throughout Saturday and Sunday and Monday. And then, of course, next Tuesday, Greg says Tuesday.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday, the beautiful mid-80s and sunny weather returns.
Yeah, of course.
For the weekend, dodging, no washout to report, but it looks like, you'd be just keeping an eye to the skies, let's say.
How beautiful was yesterday, by the way?
It's gorgeous.
Was that not just like the ideal perfect weather?
Yeah.
That felt like late September weather.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just glorious.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Discover Lancaster and discover more of Lancaster. It's time for summer shopping for your favorite brands at the outlets in Lancaster County. More than 100 brand name outlets are just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. Thank you, Discover Lancaster and United Tire, for sponsoring Kale and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kale and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, jockeying for position. You know, it's too early for a down the stretch they come commentary, but the fallout and takeaways continue from a busy last few days for both campaigns in the 2024 presidential election. From the Trump slump to copycat Kamala to the spaces heard round the world, new theories, polls, and data points continue to pour in as we are now just a mere 82 days away. The next big political calendar moment will occur next week as the DNC emanates from the Windy City with 100,000 plus pro-Palestinian protesters set to descend upon Chicago and potentially turn the Kamala coronation into an unmitigated foreign policy and a PR disaster. Will they go virtual? We will find out. After that, we will have about a 2.5-week Labor Day end of summer cool down period before the first and only scheduled debate at this very moment on September 10th occurs. But in the meantime, some good news for Trump, some issues still to address, and lingering questions in what appears to be a coin flip election at this moment in time. And I told you on Tuesday's Big Take that there was the bad and the good to Trump's broadcast with Elon. The bad, the tech issues, and the 45-minute delay. The good, the conversation, the policies discussed, and the fact that Kamala Harris could never do what Trump just did. But new details emerging. Some of us, including Trump supporters, were wondering, why did Trump sound so weird? After all, weird is the new buzzword in politics these days, and it turns out that many of our assumptions were accurate. It was not a lisp. It wasn't dental work. And, of course, it wasn't drinking. As we know, he's not a drinker after his brother was plagued by alcoholism. It was the microphones. The proof? Here's the actual raw footage from the Trump team of him in real time, recorded from another device. And as you'll see and hear here, no lisp whatsoever. Listen and watch.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. Both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Nothing more than bad microphone compression. It wasn't Daffy Duck. It wasn't Sylvester the Putty Cat. It was just the fact that Elon Musk's broadcasting skills are that of college radio. And also the echo in the room that Trump was in, just not conducive for millions of people to consume. And according to the Daily Mail, Dr. Mervyn Druin, one of the UK's leading experts in cosmetic dentistry, has told the Daily Mail that the ex-president's dental care likely played no role in the distortion of his sound, saying, quote, "I am 100% sure Trump doesn't have dentures. He's had very sophisticated cosmetic dentistry, including veneers. That's why at his age, his teeth look so perfect and white." But moving on, I told you the mainstream media would have a field day with this, especially with the way Trump has tried to maneuver around and deal with taking on Kamala Harris. Case in point, fake news, CNN. Here's Caitlin Collins, who loves to interrupt Donald Trump, have producers in her ear fact-checking Trump, on with Stephen Colbert, the most unfunny dude in late nights, talking about Trump, only to have the audience dunk on her. Listen and watch this clip.
Trump has kind of been thrown on his heels by this, and he's not really sure how to go after Vice President Harris. He knew his attack lines on President Biden. He really has struggled with how to go after someone who's 20 years younger than him, who is a different gender, a different race. It's kind of been this moment where he has not been able to coalesce around a single attack line.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is.
Oh, I know. CNN makes a... I know. Was that supposed to be a laugh line?
I wasn't supposed to be, but I guess it is.
Man, Colbert and the liberal trained seals in the audience having a laugh at the expense of CNN's up-and-coming superstar. It's actually easy to attack Kamala. But I'll tell you the difference and how tough it actually really is when you let people get in your head coming up at the bottom of the hour. But here's the way you go after Kamala Harris. She's a fraud. She's a political hack. She's in over her head. She has left the border open. She has no conviction. She's a flip-flopper. She's certainly a left-wing radical socialist, uncertain of whether or not those policies still play effectively 4 years later that can get her elected. She's about as quick on her feet as Chris Christie is running the 40-yard dash. It's very simple. Just leave the personal insults out and keep bulldozing her on policy. But make no mistake about it, despite Colbert's mention of objective news in a joking fashion, CNN is back to their old tactics, deceptively editing audio and video of Trump to sway an election and smear the Republican nominee. Here's Trump and Elon Musk from 2 nights ago talking about energy and Japan. I want you to listen and watch the way CNN presents the first portion of this, and then we will give you the reality of the extended context. Apologies if this is a little long, but I think it's worth playing, and it flew under the radar a few nights ago. Take a listen and watch this.
I want to play one exchange that was kind of classic. Well, there were a lot of exchanges that were classic Donald Trump, but this one really stuck out to us.
And Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So it's really not something that, you know, so it's not as scary as people think, basically.
So that was more Elon Musk than Donald Trump talking about, sort of suggesting that what happened almost 80 years ago, I think 80 years ago next year, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, now it's okay. Kind of trying to blow off the impact of that.
Nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, you know, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, you know, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that, you know,
maybe they'll have to change the name. The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas like when you see what happened in
good bad branding.
Right, we'll have to rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know, no, it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened,
it does have a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, you know, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You know, you realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after.
All right, so you can kind of stop that right there. Again, CNN. I mean, Dana Bash was even trying to struggle with explaining what the hell clip they even played on CNN. But that is what they do. When you have a 2-hour conversation and you grab that little piece and present it with a slant, all of a sudden, again, it's an attempt to make Donald Trump look like either an evil person, an incompetent person, a stupid person, yet that's what CNN does. But one guy I really like, full of energy on CNN, a network that's lacking energy, is Harry Enton, polling and data guru, and he shared some good information for the Trump campaign. Listen and watch this.
I want to take a step back and sort of point out we've kind of been here before. So August 13th, how far were the polls off in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin? And this is in 2016 and 2020. Trump was estimated both times around and by significant margins. Take a look here. In 2016, the average poll in those states that I mentioned, those Great Lake battleground states, Trump was underestimated by 9 points on average at this point in 2016. How about 2020? It wasn't a one-off. Look at this. He was underestimated by 5 points on average. And, of course, Kamala Harris's advantage in those New York Times Siena College polls were 4 points in each of these key battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. The bottom line is this. If you have any idea, if you're a Kamala Harris fan and you want to rip open the champagne bottle, pop that cork, do not do it. Donald Trump is very much in this race. If we have a polling shift like we've seen in prior years from now until the final result, Donald Trump would actually win. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I am saying that he is very much in this ballgame based upon where he is right now and compare that to where he was in prior years.
We certainly heard the Harris campaign saying we have to keep fighting.
Absolutely.
This is definitely not over. All right. Let's talk about enthusiasm and how that translates actually. We are quite a ways out, again, 3 months about.
Yeah, yesterday I was mentioning, the enthusiasm for the Democratic ticket was up. Yep. But that enthusiasm is not the same thing as going out to actually vote. And there's a different question, which essentially says, how certain are you actually going to go out and vote? And this is the top range. Almost certain to vote. Again, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. This is among registered voters. Look at this. Look at Kamala Harris now compared to where Joe Biden was back in May. In fact, 62% of Joe Biden voters said they were almost certain to turn out and vote. Now,
it's gone down.
It's actually gone down a little bit. I would call this in the same general area at 61%. But it's basically unchanged. And look at Donald Trump. He was at 58% in May. He's actually gone up a little bit now. He's at 60% now.
All right, we can stop Harry Enton right there. So some very good news for Donald Trump. You'll hear an extended version of that coming up at 7:45 on the cut sheet with 3 caution points that Democrats need to keep in the back of their mind. Now, on the flip side, a poll you likely won't believe and you won't want to hear, and it's happening in Bruno's neck of the woods, Florida. Now, truth be told, I think this has the same chance of happening as Donald Trump winning New York, despite being only down 7 or 8 points in the Big Apple. Kamala Harris is now within 5 points of Trump in Florida, according to the latest USA Today Suffolk poll that found Trump with a 47-42 advantage. But the truth is, Florida flipping blue, in my opinion, is as likely as New York and California flipping red. It won't happen. But that poll has sent shockwaves through the polling community. A lot of people talking about it yesterday, and I feel like we need to share that with the audience. And speaking of Trump and getting it right, Republicans in Trump's inner circle again issuing a warning to Trump over his campaign strategy after joining Elon Musk. GOP strategists again telling him to focus not on Harris's identity or rally crowd sizes, imploring him to focus on her record. Ignore the nonsense. And to that I say, yes, he's done so in attack ads. If you've seen him on TV, if you've heard him on the radios, he's done just that. But I think what they are saying is don't go off script at rallies or during speeches and interviews. Now, that's a tough thing for him to do because that's where he really shines with his personality. But when you go off prompter and off script and then you start getting sidetracked with the nonsense, that's what will come back to hurt him. Focus on the facts and what matters. Apparently easier said than done. But to wrap on a positive note, according to a Daily Mail poll, Trump's original tax poll on tips is very popular. 55% strongly agree with abolishing it. 17% somewhat support it. That's a combined 72% support. No wonder Kamala Harris is trying to copy Trump's ideas. And I would say to Trump, just don't copy your past mistakes. Keep attacking above the belt, and your chances to win dramatically increase. Go below the belt, despite it being true, you wind up feeling blue and making America even more blue. We don't want that. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kale and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Also on social media at 1210 WPHT. You can fire up the YouTube chat. You can leave your voice messages on the Odyssey app as well. We'll get to those coming up around 9:35, 9:40 this morning. Coming up next, the Kamala Harris campaign and Google manipulating what you see when you try to do some political searches. What's going on with that? And also voting machines. According to Politico, this November could be more of the same. And that's coming from Politico. We're back after this here on Kale and Company.
Get ready for Phillies baseball.
Swung on, hit high in the air, left field. Verdugo going back to the track, at the wall, looking up, it's gone!
This Thursday, the Phils host the Washington Nationals at Citizens Bank Park, and you'll hear them here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Marsh swings and rips it into right. There's a base hit past the diving Turner. The Phillies, with a 4-run frame, now lead it 5-0.
Phillies baseball, Thursday night at 6:05 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See James Taylor and his All-Star Band at The Man August 30th. See Camille Nanjiani at the Fillmore Philadelphia September 21st. Plus, check out Ringo Starr and his All-Star Band at The Man September 24th. And see Jim Gaffigan at the Met Philadelphia, presented by Highmark, December 12th through the 14th.
For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. 40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company live on a Wednesday morning. It is Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Your voicemails in the final half hour of the show. I want to get to a couple of stories in a few minutes. One from Politico on voting machines, and also a story from Axios on what the Harris administration and campaign is attempting to do and actually pulling off effectively, which isn't a violation, but it is along the lines of misinformation when it pertains to big tech and your ability to search for things politically. But I was thinking about this yesterday, and I think right now with Donald J. Trump, his biggest opponent is the media, not Kamala Harris. And I'm not saying he needs to attack the media. He needs to attack Kamala Harris on her track record, on her lack of policies, on her lack of visibility. But right now, what the media is doing is really reminiscent of what happened, I think, in maybe the most famous criminal court case in the history of our country back in 1994 and in 1995. I'll get to that in a moment. But I want you to think about this from a Cliff Note version over the last 9 years. Because yesterday, clips of CNN were making the rounds on social media, viral moments when it pertains to Dana Bash, when it pertains to Caitlin Collins, some of this in the aftermath of Trump and Elon, some of this generally speaking on Trump struggling to strike the right tone on how he goes after Kamala Harris, which is why I put that in the big take. But he's been dealing with so much in the last 9 years. And if you think about the three elections that he's been a part of, in 2016, he had to not only deal with Hillary, but in and around that timeline, fake hoaxes, BS impeachments, and he ultimately defeated her. In 2020, he had to go up against Joe Biden, but he also had to deal with a pandemic. He had to deal with civil unrest following George Floyd. And then in 2024, it starts out with he's going after Joe Biden in a rematch. He's got indictments he's got to deal with, court cases. And then everything changes just like that after a few moments where it became obvious that Joe Biden had to go. Now he's dealing with Kamala Harris. But now more than ever, I swear, and this is also a little bit with the Time magazine cover and all of the other media outlets out there, he is running against the media. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is quiet. And it's almost like the O.J. Simpson case, right? And I want people to think about this for a moment. Trump at this moment in time can't get Kamala Harris. And by the way, the media cannot as well. No interviews, no one-on-ones, no press conferences. They can't get her to take the witness stand, right? Kamala Harris has basically asserted her Fifth Amendment privileges here, the right not to self-incriminate. And it's like O.J. Simpson in that trial where Marcia Clark and Chris Darden desperately wanted to get O.J. on the stand, right? Trump is like Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, and Kamala is like O.J. Kamala's surrounded by the dream team, right? She's got Obama, she's got the Clintons, she's got the media. And right now, if you think about it, 30 years later, actually 30 years ago this summer, right? O.J. was protected by the dream team and tabloids. The media set the narrative, right? I feel like that's what's going on right now, Dawn, where more than ever, and we know Trump has had to fight other obstacles besides Hillary and Joe and Kamala. But now the media has just gone into warp speed overdrive. And Trump, in many ways, and I don't want to sound like I'm defeated here, but you can't attack her, according to some people, on a couple of things that I actually think are pertinent to this election, especially from a policy standpoint. And then when you try to just go after her on her failed record, at least in the polls, it's not reflective and not showing that it's working. The attack ads, all they do is point out her liberal biases, her border disaster, the economy, which is the way to go about it. But when you get Trump in these off-script moments, he almost has to watch what he says and how he says it, or he will be painted as sexist, as racist, and it's almost like the left has created the rules, and if you don't abide by them, they will destroy you in the media. Do you feel like the media is the biggest obstacle right now, more than it's been in 2020 and 2016? Because I do. Oh, no.
No, I think the media is what it is. I think the media, I do think the media has doubled down, and every day there's some new low that I see. there's some new low, and I say, wow, I didn't think they'd go that low. And that's the so-called mainstream media. I don't know how they get away with that without saying that this is identifying it as an op-ed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they get away with it.
It's what it is. They just carry the water for her.
So here's the thing I would say about as far as Trump goes, and and I just was looking at the headlines when you were speaking about the media. So the top stories, if you just put in Trump, CNN, as Trump flails and invites conspiracies, allies plea for him to stay on message. Why newsrooms? This is the WAPO, Washington Post. Why newsrooms have not published leaked Trump campaign documents. Chuck Todd. Republicans are stuck with Trump's obsessions. Now, at least NBC News puts that it's Chuck Todd, and you can infer that it's his opinion. But
the retired Chuck Todd.
yeah.
Yeah.
And well, the
no longer on Sunday.
Slightly on a bench.
Yeah.
Loser Chuck Todd. And then the only one is Fox News has Jillian Michaels, who I find interesting. She's underwhelmed by Kamala Harris. But that's leaning the other way as far as she's underwhelmed.
Yeah, she's a California conservative.
Yes.
Right.
I would just say that for Trump, he knows that he's looking at a sliver of a vote winning. Who can he win with? And so when he goes on with somebody like Elon Musk, I believe that he, despite the technical problems, despite all of it, you do have new voters, those 18-year-olds who may listen. You have different groups of people who may be on that fringe, who may really be on the fence. And so when you look at why did he talk for hours like he did with Elon Musk? Here are two guys who build stuff. They're not career politicians, right? They're not partisan hacks.
No.
They didn't get rich off of being quote unquote public servants. These are two guys. What they have in common, they build stuff.
You mean they didn't
hire people?
They didn't have a $174,000 a year government salary turned into multimillionaires?
Yeah, somehow. I mean, that's magical, right there.
It is.
Think about it.
Right? They get the Midas touch, right?
Especially in this economy.
And
so I think, when I look at them and a very interesting conversation, that you see these two people who are titans, if you will. I mean, Elon Musk, and remember, and he even says in the conversation how he stood in line he endorsed and voted for Obama. He stood in line for a long time to shake hands with Obama. He was an Obama fanboy, if you will.
Yeah.
And the EV guy, the climate change guy. And so Elon Musk is not somebody who's like a Republican, follower or anything of that nature.
Yep.
And yet these two come together. They like each other because they like talking about innovation. I thought of, when I was listening to it and watching it, it was Vivek Ramaswamy had talked about the fact that Trump is intellectually, he's someone who is curious. He wants to ask questions. He wants to meet people like an Elon Musk. And so when you look at that conversation, you can't help but come away from it with saying, Trump wants to be a game changer. He wants to learn how to build the economy, invest in the economy. It's very positive energy, if you will.
Yeah.
And when you take it into context. As far as Kamala Harris, she's somebody who's she's hiding from being able to explain what she believes in.
Right.
Because what she believes in is far left, far progressive from anything that most average Americans would support.
Everybody else is fighting the battle for Kamala Harris, and she's just kind of soaking up the rays and soaking up the sun, so to speak, doing the rallies / the concerts, and both her and her vice president selection, Tim Walz, are basically just sitting back and letting everybody else. It's basically like you move into a brand new house, right? And you're not cutting the grass. You're not vacuuming the living room. You're not doing the dishes, taking out the garbage. You're just lounging at the pool and letting, your spouse or your kids or your nanny or your maid or your servants, whoever, if you're able to afford a cleaner at your house, they're doing all the dirty grunge work for her. And she's sitting back and she's protected and she's insulated. And I want to get to this because I think this is
Nick,
important.
I'm just going to say this. She's hiding in the basement so she doesn't have to sign the paperwork and sign for the bills.
That's correct.
Right?
Yes, and I've done that many times myself. Kristen, did you pay the Verizon bill? I don't want to deal with this. And you have big tech, and this is, again, why, when we partnered with DuckDuckGo for a while, a great search engine, not politically biased, the whole bit, they're not going to track you and spy on you. So Harris, and this is technically not illegal. This is technically not even a violation of Google. If you're being 100% objective about it, it's politically savvy and diabolical. But Kamala Harris and her campaign are now using sponsored Google ads where they are presenting mainstream media articles that, and by the way, most of them are in favor of her to begin with, but they look completely altered. Let me explain what this is about and what's going on here. And Axios, of all places, has it. The Harris campaign has been editing news headlines and descriptions within Google search ads that make it appear as if outlets such as The Guardian, Reuters, CBS News, and other major publishers are on her side, Axios has found. Now they say, well, why does it matter? It's a common practice in the commercial advertising world that doesn't violate Google's policies, but the ads mimic real news results from search closely enough that they have caught these news outlets off guard. According to Google's Ad Transparency Center, the Trump campaign is not running these types of ads, but this technique has been used by campaigns before. The ads say that they are sponsored, but it's not immediately clear that the text that accompanies the real news links written by the campaigns, not by the media publication itself. Here's what they're saying. And by the way, I'll show you how you can find these when you do a Google search, and you'll see visually what we're talking about here. Quote, while we understand why an organization might wish to align itself with the Guardian's trusted brand, we need to ensure it is being used appropriately and with our permission. We'll be reaching out to Google for more information about this practice, a Guardian spokesperson said. Axios writes, reality check. Google said the ads do not violate its rules, but platforms have in the past wrestled with whether this type of format can spread misinformation. They say between the lines, a source familiar with the Harris campaign ads team said that the campaign buys search ads with news links to give voters searching for information about Vice President Harris more context. And lastly, they say since August 3rd, nearly a dozen news companies have been used in these types of search ads from the Harris campaign. And if you see this story, and if you find this story on Axios, you'll see the headlines. It'll say something about Kamala, sponsored by the Harris for President campaign, and it'll link you to the Associated Press, the USA Today, PBS, NPR, CNN, CBS News, on down the list of all of the mainstream outlets, websites, and publications. Now, this, I think, is technically a legit way to fool voters. The uninformed, the casual political observer, oh man, we're 3 months out from the election. Let me start doing some of my homework. But here's my question with this, and there's actually two questions. Will Google allow Trump to do the same? According to Axios, the Trump campaign is not doing this. My question is, will Google will they give the same rules and policies and leeway to the Harris that they give the Harris administration? Will they allow the Trump administration to do that? Or on the other side, now you heard I gave you the quote from The Guardian, how they're going to look further into this. They're not necessarily on board with this. Now imagine if the Trump campaign did this. How does Reuters and The Guardian and CBS News, how do they react? My guess, based on 10 years of anecdotal evidence, they will flip out. They will community note things. They will say, no, we are in no way affiliated with Donald Trump, and this is the Trump campaign trying to manipulate people with misinformation and disinformation. These are the small little things that can sway people that are uneducated. And again, I'm not talking about this audience. I'm not talking about the people that live and breathe it on a daily basis, the casual check-in person politically. And this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. Remember, I think it was actually around 6:50 yesterday, Phil threw up the graphic of how CBS News covered Trump's idea for no tax on tips. And then when Kamala stole it and did the copycat, CBS News, same outlet, same political subject, but a different politician, portrayed the coverage completely differently. These are the little nuances that the astute, keen observer will pick up on, and that's why we try to present that to you here on this show, certainly on this station, because I look at this again in my big takeaway from all of this. This is big tech once again trying to have an impact on the 2024 election, much like they did in 2020 with the suppression of Miranda Devine, the laptop, and the New York Post story. This is why I think, Dawn, so many people in this day and age, even though the mainstream media is a shell of what it used to be. They still have an impact, and if you are somewhat clued in, you will realize what the agenda is here. And you talk about it all the time, media bias by omission. This isn't media bias by omission. This is big tech having their footprint, but also I'll give the Harris campaign credit. If this is not a violation, you know what? We can sit here and cry about it, or we could say, let's do it better than them. This is where I think the Trump campaign needs to jump on these little things, because a lot of people spend their day on the internet.
Yeah, I think, there are multiple things going on here. I mean, one of them is the Trump campaign has to pivot because they have a new opponent, and she has not even released her policy statements fully.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the convention is next week, but at the same time, we have the FBI confirming that they are investigating those alleged leaked internal documents from the Trump campaign, which are apparently phony. And Politico, Washington Post, New York Times, they all received these emails from this mysterious figure named Robert.
Yeah, who's Robert? Yeah.
Well, it's a suit. It's obviously it's a phony person, and they believe that it's an Iranian hacking operation. Are the documents real? Are they made up? What is this? So there are multiple things going on since 2016, since we talked about Hunter's laptop, since we talked about Russia, and we now know what's phony. Where did all that come from? And so the media now has to, parse through this and figure out what's real, what's not. As far as the latest situation, the Iranian, these are terrorists who are either hacking the Trump campaign and giving up real documents or making it up. I'm not sure which is true.
Right.
But the media, so far, nobody has released those documents because the FBI has confirmed, this is a real hack and a real situation involving basically a terrorist group who's releasing this to you.
Right. Yes. And Stalker sent us that story last night, which is very fascinating. And then I know we didn't get to this yesterday. I think I teased it multiple times, but we just had so much going on. Then you have Sunday night, the night before the X Spaces with Elon and Trump, you have somebody breaking into the Trump campaign headquarters in Virginia, and apparently the security and the video cameras were able to get multiple images of this suspect. I think he had a book bag on and a black sweatshirt, and you could actually see a decent portion of his face. Again, I'm looking forward to finding out and following up, and we're going to try to stay up on this to see what exactly was taken and who exactly this individual is and what exactly the motives were. Is this just some rogue burglary? Was this, by design with political intentions from somebody in the political spectrum? We'll get those details, hopefully, in the coming days and weeks. But I do want to wrap with this, because I thought it was interesting that Axios is pointing out some of the, sketchy stuff that the Harris campaign is doing. And then Politico of all places, not the Daily Beast, not the Daily Caller, Politico with the headline yesterday: the nation's best hackers found vulnerabilities in voting machines, but there's no time to fix them. Oh, isn't that interesting? This story coming from Politico, written out of Las Vegas. Some of the best hackers in the world gather in Las Vegas over the weekend, and they were trying to break into voting machines. Now, this was all done on the up and up just to see, kind of what's wrong with the machines and how do you fix them. And they were able to come to the conclusion that there won't be any fixes before November 5th. Politico writes the following: in one sense, it's the normal course of events. Every August, hackers at the DEF CON conference find security gaps in voting equipment. But Election Day security is under particular scrutiny in 2024. That's because both of increasing worries that foreign adversaries will figure out how to breach machines, and because Donald Trump's, quote, unsubstantiated allegations of widespread fraud in 2020 undermine confidence in the vote amongst some of his supporters. They go on to say, as a result, many in the election security community are bemoaning the fact that no system has been developed to roll out fixes fast enough and faster, and are worrying that the security gaps that get identified this year will provide fodder for those who may want to question the results. So again, here we go, and this is going to be one of these falls. where if we have a close election, if we have results that come in that people don't like, we're going to have deja vu of 2020 all over again. And I'm talking about people questioning voting machines. Of course, we know the Dominion lawsuit, Fox News. Here's what I would say to anybody. And by the way, you have every right to question election integrity. We just gave you the story, I think, 10 days ago on 499 people in the state of Ohio. So you have these people that are on voter rolls, that are illegal immigrants, that are registered to vote. And it happens in red states too, folks. It's not just big blue cities in blue states or swing states. It happens everywhere. But you're going to have the same thing. So here's what you have to do. Expect this. Anticipate this. Don't bank on just being able to have your voice heard on November 5th. I've said this multiple times on this show, and I'm begging with this audience. I'm pleading with you. Listen to what Laura Trump said. Take advantage of early voting. September 16th. You have 6 weeks to get votes in, to build up your score. Do not just expect to show up on game day in game shape and win the contest. You can't allow that to happen. And we're going to have the calls. They'll be coming in from South Jersey. They'll be coming in from Pennsylvania here on Tuesday, November 5th, on Wednesday, November 6th. Well, I was waiting in line and the printer was out of ink, or the power went out at my church. And don't allow it to happen. Be ready and take advantage of everything the Democrats do. I would plead with the Trump campaign right now. Do what the Harris campaign is doing with Google with these sponsored ads. Do whatever you can, because you're already at a disadvantage right off the top.
But why not just demand that, especially in light of the fact that the FBI confirms that you have these hackers and Iran, and these hits put out on the head of Trump and all of this, and the Iranian hackers alleged to have done, why not have the American people demand what Virginia has done?
Paperback Glenn Youngkin.
Yes.
Yes. I agree.
To say, let's just have the backup. Let's have paper ballots.
At a bare minimum,
demand it.
At a bare minimum, every red state Republican governor should already be implementing the same stuff Glenn Youngkin is doing. I don't expect that from blue states and blue governors.
But make it an issue. It doesn't have to be a blue. I mean, shouldn't we all want election integrity?
Yeah.
And make it. So in other words, you talked about what can be done. Make this an issue. It's a no-brainer.
I think we have made it an issue, but how many more demands can you make, right? If they're not going to change the system and it is what it is, then you have to adapt and adjust.
But if
barking about it doesn't get you results.
But if anybody can just do the paper ballot backup, and it's really simple and it's such a basic thing, some of those themes I think can carry through anywhere.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 when we come back. And also, we have to get to the Jewish vote. I thought this was a very interesting story because every demographic is in play, but maybe nothing bigger than the Jewish vote and the possibility that Trump sets a Republican record. We'll get to that on the other side. It's Kale and Company. Hour 2 is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I know we're all getting ready for fall, but we're still in summertime. August, road trip season for many of us. Do you really know if your vehicle is road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you make sure you and your family are safe out on the roads. These service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but they also diagnose possible issues before they occur, before you hit the road. Schedule that service appointment online today. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, PIA, ZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kale and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kale and Company, hour number 2 underway, 7:01 here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Get those voicemails in for those of you who have yet to partake in the fun. All you got to do is pull up the Odyssey app that you already have. You listen to us on the app. Right next to Listen Live is just this nice little, cute little microphone. You just tap it. You can talk into it. You can burp. You can pass gas. Do whatever you want.
Ew.
Stalker's going to play everything.
What?
You can moan. You can change your voice like Kamala going from Detroit to Montana.
Here, Phil, zoom in. Zoom in on my camera here. This is what you see.
Yeah.
That's what you see when you're
that little
listening
mic.
on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
And there's that little microphone right next to it. So just zoom in on there, and then hit that microphone button, and Say what's on your mind, whatever that is.
Yeah, shoot, let it rip. 855-839-1210.
And if you haven't not done so yet, favorite follow 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app.
Yes. Favorite, follow, like, subscribe, retweet, repost. Make us go viral.
Thank you.
Let us be the morning show for the country.
Thank you.
Which I actually think we already are, but I mean, yeah. I'm a little biased.
You are biased.
Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30 in your voicemails. But let's get to the news. We're around number 2 at 7:03. Never biased, just factual and down the middle. The great Dawn Stensland.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning. And Kale and Company News Live. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning, and so much happening in Philadelphia and across the region. We did have a 17-year-old shot yesterday in Philadelphia, that under investigation. And that 17-year-old, another teen shot. We had the shooting of a child in Delaware County. Still no details or even a condition update on what's going on there. But as far as the man in custody with that road rage shooting that happened in Delaware County, this is Havertown, we're learning some new details about this particular road rage incident. Some people initially had said, was this a domestic? Did this person follow this woman who was with driving her 10-year-old nephew? What was this? Why would somebody unload their firearm like that? 13 gunshots at her white Jeep Cherokee by the woman, only identified as a woman in her 40s with her 10-year-old nephew. So we're learning more about this as new images released of the bullet-ridden vehicle, bullets striking her vehicle's headlight, the hood, the windshield of the vehicle. And police still marveling at the fact that it's a miracle that this was not a homicide case, that somebody was not killed. And in fact, no, they did not know each other. They were in pretty busy traffic. We talked about it, 3 o'clock in the afternoon last Friday.
Sure.
We now know that it's 30-year-old Sean Moses. He apparently in court because, according to the criminal complaint, and then he did make a preliminary hearing, He reportedly, according to the court paperwork here, admitted to the shooting and admitted to shooting at the Jeep from the driver's side window of his black Lincoln SUV. He also has a legal right to carry.
So my guy was just having a bad day, was a little triggered, and decided to empty out 13 bullets into somebody he didn't know because something triggered him on the roadways.
Yeah, this was not... This was not a situation where there was an incident where you'd say, oh, she cut him off or somebody gave him a finger. There's nothing like that. It was pretty heavy traffic on Westchester Pike and Lawrence Road.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman says, thank God her 10-year-old nephew was actually laying down in the back seat.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So she did, in the police report said, thank God my nephew was laying down. For her, because it struck the windshield, she was struck, and they're saying maybe she was struck by a fragment of something, but the windshield, obviously, all the glass and everything. So she did suffer, non-life-threatening injuries, but she did suffer injuries. It's still a weird, I'll say this one is a weird one.
Yeah.
That he shot 13 times and admitted to it.
To your point, I think you said this yesterday or the first time you gave this story, it's just, you never know who you're dealing with on the roadway, so it's like there's no reason to flip somebody off or to kind of, further escalate the situation because you just never know who's going to go off on you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at a bare minimum, somebody gives you the bird or they cut you off or they try to pull you over and they want to start a fight, much less shoot you 13 times. Thank God we got a lot of bad aim in the city. We have a lot of bad shooters in this city.
Well, and that's the one thing that one of the detectives said. And by the way, this guy Moses is from Drexel Hill, facing charges of attempted homicide, aggravated assault. I mean, serious felony offenses.
Yeah.
They're not releasing to us a potential for, does this guy have a record?
Mm-hmm.
That's another question here. But they said that there was one that went through the windshield that essentially she was moving at this point, missed striking her by an inch.
Yeah.
Crazy situation.
Yes, indeed.
So this guy's being held on $1 million bail, did have the license to carry a firearm, by the way, had the preliminary arraignment, which I mentioned yesterday, told the judge he works for a cemetery in White Marsh.
Cemetery.
It's a bizarre story, and still police scratching their heads on this one. In other words, was there anything this woman could have done to avoid a road rage? They're saying, no, this lady, she's moving along. She's stuck in traffic just like anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's that's a little scary.
It is, very much.
Can't highlight enough the fact that we have 63 district schools in Philadelphia 2 weeks ahead of school. 63 district schools currently do not have an HVAC system or adequate cooling. And we spend in Pennsylvania pretty much, we're number one or number two in what we spend per child, $22,000 plus dollars, $22,000 per child per year.
And in this state, I think we get, what do we get for our money? What are we, 46th out of 50 states?
That's right.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia in particular, among the worst schools in the nation.
Yeah. 2024, and we don't have air conditioning for children in schools.
So Jalen Hurts, really, they're really celebrating him, the fact that he committed this level of money, at least $200,000, just a donation, because he had heard last year had heard about the fact that schools were being shut down. And a lot of parents were upset and kids were upset. So I don't know if that's the initial thing. It's amazing to me that they're really stretching the $200,000 pretty far for all of these different units, all of these different schools. But the Eagles quarterback, his gift is helping the Philadelphia School District really make strides in equipping every school with adequate air conditioning.
Yeah, well, I would think that you could actually probably go pretty far with 200 Gs on these. I'm assuming these are either not the old school wall or window units. Maybe they're the floor plug-in units. I don't know. My sister has one of those air conditioning. She has central air, but
That's a great question.
She's another person that has to sleep like she's in an igloo. So she
does?
Yeah. It's like an ice box.
That's such a guy thing.
Yeah, you could leave your steaks in her bedroom and they wouldn't defrost. And she bought one of those, plug-in units that you put on the floor. I'm like, wait,
wow.
What? 68's not with a ceiling fan?
What's her Pico bill like?
Well, whatever it is, it's too much and it's not an issue for her. These 1%ers.
Oh my goodness. Well, so we have the Jalen Hurts story and positive sports stories. We look forward to the Eagles, but not positive news for our Phillies, falling to the Marlins 5-0 tonight, playing 6:40. So hope for the best.
We need to set an over/under on how many hits I'll have in the Police Athletic League radio versus TV softball game tomorrow.
No, so what time are you going to play?
So the email says to be there by 3:15, and then we should be off the field and done by 5:45 for when the real talented people come out for batting practice.
Now, can we watch? Will they televise this anywhere? Stream
I
it?
think they should. I mean, we should at least put it on Spaces.
On Spaces. So your audio might sound funny. You might sound like
it'll distract from my physical playing abilities.
Oh, you're gonna have. I think it's really cool, but we got to find out if we can. Maybe the Phils. Somebody will stream it somewhere so we can watch.
Over under a half hit, 1.5 hits. What do you want to do, FanDuel Stalker?
I'll do 1.5 hits.
Okay, that's assuming I can get 2 at bats. I'll have to go 2 for 2.
I'm going under.
And
you're a good athlete. You'll do great.
I'll try. And it's radio versus TV people, which, by the way, the radio team is a 1.5 run favorite.
Cool.
Yeah, because TV people can't do anything on their own.
Well, it depends on who the TV people are.
Well,
and if they're athletes.
If they're great TV people like you from, a while back.
No,
these modern day TV people. Man.
Well, we are sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. So Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation, the only no-questions-asked warranty in the entire business. Enjoy today's weather, beautiful mid-80s once again, and sunny skies today and tomorrow. For your hump day forecast today, this is Kale and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Coming up right around 7:20, We'll have some serious conversation on the GOP and the Jewish vote. Also, what Democrats are hiding as far as the rise in violent crime. The New York Post pointing out a lot of the way that they manipulate and fool you with some of these tricky statistics. But just to have fun for a couple of minutes here, I teased this in the beginning of the show when we came on around 6:03. The Independent Center conducted a new survey, and apparently this is an annual tradition that it's done every year or every election cycle, and I didn't know this was done. And the poll question was, who voters would rather drink with, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? And I thought these results were interesting because they went through the three critical battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And believe it or not, the results of this stupid, hilarious, funny poll are almost identical to the actual real polls that we've been analyzing for way too many months on this show. In all three states surveyed, Harris won the, quote, taste test by a marginal fraction of a few points over former President Trump. The contest is tightest in Pennsylvania, where 38% of voters preferred to drink with Harris versus 37% who would rather get tipsy with Trump. Now, I know Donald Trump doesn't drink, but it's kind of an interesting conversation. You sit down at a bar, and you're going to be there for the next 2 hours, and you're going to have a few pops. Would you rather sit next to Trump and have some conversation while he sips on a club soda, or would you rather engage in a conversation with Kamala Harris after she's maybe, I don't know, had some marijuana, had a few drinks, and indulged in a couple of giggles from time to time? And maybe the audience will come at me, but I'm going to just give you my honest truth. If I wanted to have a really great conversation on life and policy and politics and golf, I would select Donald Trump. He could sit there and have a non-alcoholic Heineken, and I'll sit there and have vodka and bourbon or whatever it is I choose to drink on that given day, and I think it would be a great time. But if I just wanted to get totally wrecked and talk about irrelevant nonsense, I think Kamala Harris would be the life of the party. I think she'd be more fun. And I say that as a total partisan hack. A partisan hack that wants that woman not to have any other days at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah, but we're not voting for a prom queen.
Nope.
I'd rather have a policy king.
You're right. You're right. But we're talking about, as this poll question asks.
It's a stupid poll. Think about this. Who puts that poll out there? It's a stupid poll at a time when we are suffering in this nation. Just think about that. What a stupid poll question that is when people are suffering.
You get hammered, you just laugh, and you forget about your issues.
You've never spent more on your booze and your gas and your Pico bill, and right? And so it's just this is the poll. You know, we're all falling for it. It's like no. Why aren't they polling on the economy and what you're spending less on and at the grocery store?
Well, and that, you know what? I'm glad you
bring.
In all seriousness, I'm glad you bring this up because when you look at the issue by issue polls that are out there, most people trust Trump on the things that matter. Although there is one economy poll out there that has Harris within like 3 points of who you trust more in the economy. How you can even have a margin within 3 points when the economy under Biden and Harris has been terrible, and the fact that she's never been in a position where she could really implement policies on the economy. How anybody could trust her on that is outrageous in its own right. But my point being, when you look at economy, crime, wars, border, this, that, the other thing, energy, inflation, all of the polling data points on issue-by-issue policies, they all trust Trump more, yet now swing state polling, and I know national polls don't really matter as much, they all have Harris in a small lead of 2, 3, or 4 points. So how can Trump be better policy for policy for policy, issue by issue by issue, yet she's in the lead in the polls? That just goes to show you what this election is about. This election isn't about merit. This election isn't about facts and results. This election is about identities and who is likable, who laughs, or who comes off mean.
It's all made up.
It's
just like a fairy tale.
You're
trying
right.
to make up a fairy tale. It's not reality, and I hope the American people see through it.
God, I hope. Pray every night. 855-839-1210. But the election could go in Trump's favor if he gets 45, 50% of the Jewish vote. Republicans in the past have gotten as high as 40% in light of everything that's going on since October. Is this the sleeping giant for the GOP? Back after this on Kale and Company.
New Jeeps from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. 2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month. 7,500 miles, closed-in lease, 39 months with $2,269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tags extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 doc fee. Ends 8/31/24.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This year, Dell Technologies Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable maintenance-free bathroom bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
That's all we ever needed for you, Tony Bruno. Don't worry, he's coming up at 8:30 if he's not already in the YouTube chat. Kale and Company as we roll on Wednesday morning. Gut sheet in just about 20 minutes. You know, it's interesting when you look at some of the different demographics in the voter blocks out there, right? And we've seen Donald Trump in 2 election cycles go from 6% of the black vote to 12%. I tend to think it'll be absolute low end 15%, high end around 20% this time around. You look at a variety of polls and how Trump is doing with the Latino vote. And I've seen polls anywhere from 22 to about 33% of the Hispanic vote. And that number has increased. You've seen certain polls, especially, and we've had conversations on this, where young men 18 plus skewing conservative. And it's interesting. We just talked about the election and what it's about versus what it really should be about. And this election is going to come down to, yeah, you can sit there and say abortion versus immigration, economy versus this, threats to democracy and the future of our nation and all this other stuff. Or you can realize it's going to come down to men versus women, right? This is going to come down to the older white man against somebody who's trying to break records of being the first female and African-American female president. And then you have the Jewish vote. And I have said many times that what I am rooting for, and, you know, when we look at exit polls and we have the postmortem of November 5th, what led to Trump's victory or what cost him, I would love nothing more than for the number one reason that Trump wins is that the Jewish vote is in play. And I would love to see, and we talked to Trump back on May 10th on this show, and he has echoed the same almost verbatim. He said he has no idea how any Jewish person can vote Democrat, and if they do, they should have their head examined. And I totally agree with him. And I'm looking at this story from the New York Post, how historically Democrats usually, with the Jewish vote, they receive about 70% support. Republicans typically around 30%. And in the past, Republicans have gone as high as 40%. I would argue that when you look at the Abraham Accords and what Trump was able to foster in the Middle East, when you look at October 7th and that savage attack, when you look at the Squad Democrats and the progressive faction that is clearly anti-Semitic, I don't think I am blowing smoke up your butt or overreacting by saying I think Trump can eclipse 40%. I think Trump can get close to 50% nationwide. We mentioned a story last week that in New York alone, Donald Trump had about 50% of the Jewish vote in one poll. Now, I know it's one poll, but things have changed with going from, you know, traditional Democrats to progressive Democrats, certainly with Kamala Harris. And then you look at some of these Squad Democrats. I know Ilhan Omar won her primary last night, and she might be the ringleader, so to speak, of the anti-Democrat or anti-Jewish faction of the Democrat Party. So right now, if you're tracking Squad Dem re-election results, AOC and Omar got reelected, but Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush have been ousted. And what do they all have in common? They are pro-Palestinian nutbags. I really think this plays in Trump's favor, and I would love nothing more to see him win because of the Jewish vote. The only question is, what percentage is reality, and is that enough to carry him to the finish line? But, Dawn, I look at just the shifting dynamics slowly but surely. If Trump gets 18% of the black vote, 30% of the Hispanic vote and 50% of the Jewish vote, that could at least at a bare minimum offset what he loses with women post Roe v. Wade. That's just my entry-level 30,000-foot view observation. But I really think the Jewish vote is in play, especially if that convention next week turns into an epic disaster for Democrats in Chicago.
Yeah, well, especially, let's just think about this. As reportedly, Iran is poised to attack Israel in retaliation for that Hamas billionaire terror leader who they call the political leader of Hamas. But this is a billionaire terrorist who lived in luxury by all accounts, lived in his lavish home in Qatar, owned homes elsewhere. And so imagine this, that Israel is attacked by Hezbollah, Iran, whatever is about to happen. And at that point, it's days before the DNC in Chicago. And then you're going to have protests. And so now you're going to see, they're going to have to respond. Biden's going to speak at the DNC, but Harris has to respond to this. And remember, she blew off Netanyahu.
It's so disrespectful.
The
amount of the priority they have put on, bending the knee and appeasing Vladimir Zelensky while treating Benjamin Netanyahu like a third-rate, your strongest global ally is Israel. And they treated Netanyahu coming here like my mother-in-law would treat me at Thanksgiving number 20, right? Like, oh, yeah, Nick's here. Yeah, I've seen him before. I'm sorry, your nation's under attack, and your greatest ally is, going to war now for 10 straight months. And it's like, oh, yeah, I've got a sorority to go to, but me and BB, we'll chat behind closed doors.
Well, that's just it. I mean, your mother-in-law has a place at the table for you,
right? By default,
all right?
And she's seen enough of me,
so you at least have a place at the table, and you're with everybody else. If you're going to use that analogy, BB had to win. Netanyahu was blown off. Think about it, by this administration, and specifically by her. She wants to be the next president of the United States of America, and she couldn't even meet with one of our most important allies. That's what she cares about.
Yeah. And what's frustrating about this, and look, if you're Jewish and you want to keep voting Democrat, you do you. I mean, I don't ridicule you for your voting choices. I mean, the only people I really ridicule on the left are the far left squad Dem progressives that everything they touch turns to crap. But I'm looking at this, and between the way Benjamin Netanyahu has been treated, the way the Democrat Party has just taken all of these little subsets for granted, the black vote, the Hispanic vote, the Jewish vote. And then if you just want to boil it, and I get the sense right now, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to this, but both Kamala and Trump talking economy, I get the feeling that we're seeing a little pivot here, that the economy has once again become the number one issue over immigration and the border. For a while, it was the economy, right? Remember when inflation was at like 9%? And then the border became so indefensible that even the mainstream media was talking about it. Even the polls were showing that the number one issue is the border, followed closely by the economy. I get the sense, especially after what happened with the stock market over a week ago, with what occurred in Japan that we haven't seen since 1987, that once again the economy has jumped the border. I mean, you want to call them 1A, 1B. I totally get that. But and I've never met anybody of any religion, of any faith, of any ethnicity, of any, background that did not enjoy having a good economy. If you are Jewish, between the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu has been disrespected, the Democrats are siding with Palestine, the far left. I think some of the moderates and liberals certainly want to see a better balance, if not more support, bottom line, for Israel. Then you throw in the economy. How the hell can you vote for Kamala Harris? That is the question that you need to ask yourself, right? And I don't care if you are a wealthy Jew, a poor Jew, a middle-class Jew. I don't care if you work in medicine, in law, in entertainment, in media, a small business. And that's the other thing. These small business owners that have voted Democrat, I mean, you are getting just destroyed right now, because you don't have the purchase power that the big box companies have. So when you're running your little small business of 3 to 5 employees, you don't have the ability to buy in such massive, massive bulk where you can create a affordable price for your consumer and still turn a nice profit. I was looking at some of the prices, and I'm going to go on an economy rant here, but I was going around Music Fest last weekend, and I'm like, oh my God, between a beer and a gyro, you're looking at like $38 for a
euro.
For a euro. I call it whatever you want to call it. God, I don't need enough of those in my life. They are so good, and I only think of them at like carnivals and festivals. Oh, I love me some lamb with that cucumber sauce.
Yeah, that sauce makes it.
But I mean, really, for a family of 4 to go to Music Fest in little old stinking Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
How much are you looking at?
I mean, a gyro was $14. A cheeseburger was $13. You throw in 2 other sandwiches, that's $45. And you buy one of those little souvenir mugs of Miller Lite, you're paying $19. You're not getting at a Music Fest for 2 hours for under $100. Jeez. It's outrageous. The cost of living is just not sustainable.
It isn't, and I would say this, that, we've talked about immigration and inflation and the economy hand in hand, and I think they do go hand in hand because you think about what's going on with immigration and the fact that illegals in especially cities like New York and Chicago, for example, what really angers residents is that the illegals come in, they're getting free health care, they're getting gift cards, they're getting free housing. And so that the fact that people are hurting and maybe, paying more for medical, dental's not covered, and yet for these illegals, they're getting everything.
Right.
And so I think it really goes hand in hand. Then you talked about the small business owners. Think about the fact that small business owners who maybe survived, if they survived the pandemic shutdowns.
Right.
And we got to get to Tim Walz and the paintball
oh, my God, yeah.
store. Oh, my God. But I will say this, if you're a small business who survived and now you're dealing with all the shoplifting and just the crime in general, because even though violent crime numbers here in Philadelphia and across the country, they keep saying, well, the murder rate is down or the violent crime percentages are down. What is still up are the shoplifting. And we've talked about in South Philly, the tuna story, the tuna theft last Friday, for example, all of these thieves, some of them on a big scale or a small scale, what they're doing is there's a resale market and it's organized crime. And a lot of this goes back to the cartels and crime rings.
Yep. And I'm glad you bring up the crime because I just wanted to pay this tease off quickly with this last story before we get to the cut sheet. So Democrats are hiding the rise in violent crime with tricky statistics. That's the headline from the New York Post. And I just want to read you just a couple of sentences here. They say the following. Make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That was Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who he warned in his first speech as Kamala Harris's running mate that would go up again with him as president. Quote, if you look this up at home, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg claimed last month, you will know that crime went down under Biden and crime went up under Trump. But actually, the opposite is true. Between 2016 and 2020, violent crime fell by 17% under Trump and soared 43% under Biden between 2020 and 2022. Of course, news outlets routinely assert that Americans are mistaken in believing that violent crime is rising. On Monday, Axios had a, quote, typical headline, according to the New York Post. New data shows violent crime dropping sharply in major U.S. cities, or the one from NPR earlier this year. Quote, violent crime is dropping fast in the U.S., even if Americans don't believe it. But Democrats in the media don't understand the difference between the number of crimes reported to police and the total number of crimes that actually occur.
Because here in Philadelphia, think about it. You're waiting for the cops. If it's nonviolent, you'll call in 911 and maybe the cops will show up. You know what I mean? Maybe they'll finally show up hours later, but then is there a report filed? How is that filed?
Yeah.
And sometimes people just give up and say, oh, that's all right. It happened,
Right. And then even when you do get arrested, we've got no cash bail, absurd left-wing policy. We've got prosecutors that will drop the case or drop all the charges or take, 3 felonies, drop it down to an entry-level misdemeanor, no time served, boom, back out on the street. So you can look at these numbers. You have the FBI and NIBRS, which is NIBRS, if you want to look up these stats, and some of these other bureaus out there, including the Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey, which is something I actually studied when I was in college in my undergrad days.
And what was it?
What's that?
What was it?
It's called the Bureau of Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey. It's one of 2 or 3 that most governmental agencies use, including the FBI's, which if you want to look this up, it's in an acronym, it's NIBRS. And you can see these numbers. And, you know, these politicians are obviously not going to report some of the details, and certainly some of these mayors and things like that are not going to cite the numbers that are out there. They'll just sit there and say, well, it's down. But in reality, the occurrence, and that's what matters most, because when there's an occurrence, there's a perp and there's a victim. So tell these victims out there that crime is down, and these victims will be like, not in my world. 855-839-1210. The phone number. Cut sheets coming up 7:45. Stay tuned. We're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Life can get hectic. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise? Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring.
But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Get your laugh on with me, Chris Jericho, and the Talk is Jericho podcast. We've got Guns N' Roses Hall of Famer Duff McKagan and his joke of the week every Friday, plus regular visits from the hilarious Brad Williams and special appearances by everyone from Gabrielle Fluffy Iglesias, Mark Maron, Dennis Miller, Cheech Marin, Kevin Nealon. If they're funny, they're on Talk is Jericho. So listen to and follow Talk is Jericho now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Retired minister Sam Lepore believes you practice what you preach. Phil Cannella and Joanne Small practice what they preach. They too are protected by the exclusive crash-proof retirement system.
You know, if you're talking about something in your life that you want to share with somebody else, if you're not doing it yourself, then you're a fake. And Phil is not a fake. He's crash-proofed. I mean, he invests in his own crash-proof retirement system. And I said, you know, that gives you joy. And you can see it in his face. Crash-proof retirement has really helped me to have joy. I'm so excited about it that I cannot stop telling people about it. I was looking at the market and seeing 500 points drop. I mean, that's crash. I'm really lucky to be crash-proof.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Talk to me. You never talk to me.
We're always talking to you. Kale and Company, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Tony Bruno live from Florida in about 45 minutes. So many good stories to discuss with Tony. Aaron Rodgers regrets his vaccine comments. ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit is done caring about the pushback that he receives when he says men have no place in women's sports. And also, even NBC now saying the latest Colin Kaepernick comeback is delusional. Those stories on the way with the man, the myth, the legend, Tony Bruno. But in the meantime, let's find out what other talking heads have had to say. It's time for a Wednesday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this
Tuesdays brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease the incredibly stylish and fun to drive C40 for 36 months for less than $500 per month for qualified buyers. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Very important to always say that. All right, Phil, starting with cut 3 here. So, Tim Walz has come under fire, under mounting criticism. We've talked about it here for stolen valor, including veterans slamming him for saying he is a retired command sergeant major. Got it?
Yep.
Retired command sergeant major. Walz had earned the rank of command sergeant major before his retirement, but his rank was reduced months after retiring to master sergeant, as he did not complete the required coursework with the U.S. Army Sergeant's Major Academy.
Okay.
Because he was running for office.
So, yes. Thank you, Don. I have to be careful with this because I never served, and all of this stuff is...
You don't have to be careful.
No. I'm just saying I have to be... Because I don't know the rankings. You know what I mean? So,
sure.
I don't know anything about that because I'm a giant P-word who's never served.
Same here.
Would be scared to. So... I am. My whole thing is that, like, I know that this is very important to people who served.
Absolutely.
So, that's why I'm playing this little montage here, because the retired command sergeant major rank was promoted by the Harris campaign until last week, when it changed Walz's biography to read that he served as a command sergeant major.
Okay,
Got it?
So they are scrubbing things, basically.
But we have receipts where he falsely claimed his rank of command sergeant major for 2.5. Like, this is a 2.5.
He wanted to campaign on it.
Yes, this is a 2.5 minute montage. I'm not gonna play the whole thing of him basically touting this rank that he never had,
which is a lie.
Yes.
Yep.
Cut 3, Phil. Go.
As a 24-year veteran of the Army National Guard and a retired command sergeant major.
As a retired sergeant major in the Army National Guard out of Minnesota.
Retired out as command sergeant major.
I spent 24 years in the military, Congressman, as a command sergeant major. I know.
Tim Walz is one of those everyday people. Coach to the state champs. Teacher of the year. Command sergeant major.
I am a retired command sergeant major in the Minnesota National
C-SPAN 06.
I am a retired sergeant major in the Army National Guard.
What I consider to be the responsibility and the privilege of being the highest ranking enlisted personnel ever to serve in Congress. And I'm the Democrats.
What rank was that?
Command sergeant major.
So when you first came to Washington, you were a retired command sergeant major in the Army National Guard. So you...
I was an enlisted soldier for all those years, and care of troops and making sure they have the right equipment is paramount. So
he's a coach to the state football champs, and he's a command sergeant major in the Army National Guard. And I want to introduce to you my favorite coworker, who achieved the rank of command sergeant major in the Army National Guard.
So as you see, he's been touting this for 20 years.
He is a total liar and a total fraud. With the labeling of his military resume is the most generic way I can put it. And the ultimate irony is he ducked out of potential combat as the writing was on the wall that he would have to face bullets. Now here, all these years later, 18 years later or whatever it is, he's actually under fire again, this time in a political sense, with the words that he chose to use and the way the media is covering this now. And I'm glad, because, I don't know, to me, it's like he's Kamala Harris's George Santos. It's like this guy is a stone liar and a fraud. And then he used what he wasn't for his own political gain.
And that's just it. When they say, well, he didn't complete the training and they try to mitigate it. No. This guy knew that. You look at every famous movie where it's, yes, command sergeant major, that is an iconic role.
Sure.
Because you're the guy. You're the guy who goes in with your guy like you're the dad.
You're the leader.
And you're not but you answer, you are the senior advisor to the commander. So in other words, you're the liaison between the biggity big commander, and you're the hands-on dad of the group that they look up to. That they're gonna walk into that combat zone, right, and do whatever you say because they say, "Look in my eyes, follow what I say. I trust you implicitly."
Yes, what Greg says to us every morning at 5:59. Trust me, I will guide you to 10 o'clock. And we look up to Greg as our leader. And he's the liaison between, management and, market managers.
I'm Command Sergeant Major.
He's Commander Stalker.
Yes, Command Sergeant Major. So he knew that it was that iconic role.
Yeah.
And part of this is that he is such a liar and such a weasel that he decided that he wanted this title. It wasn't good enough that he served as a non-combat individual, didn't actually go to the combat zone with all of his young men, right? And that's why his fellow comrades are upset with him, because at the last minute he ducks out, and they all go, and others have to step in
And risk their lives.
right?
Yeah.
But he didn't go with them as the guy who they would trust that he would lead them into that combat, that front line, right? And so that's the issue. And the issue that even though they've called him out on this before, this is his identity.
Yeah.
Because he envisions himself as something much bigger or braver or courageous. He's none of the above.
Yes.
He's a liar. It's stolen valor.
And you're right. He is a weasel. And I don't know what's worse, being a weasel and ducking out of potentially risking your life when you signed up to do it and leaving your, fellow soldiers and teammates out there in harm's way, and then other people have to step in for you. Or the fact, and the ultimate irony of all of this is, what is the left all about? Identity politics, right? It's all about my identity, my gender, my race, my this, my that. And here, this guy's identity is totally plagiarized.
Yeti 376 on the YouTube chat says he should just say he identifies as a command sergeant.
Well, then he would get the blessing from everybody.
But to think about this is the coward. He's such a coward, so he ducks out of serving with those who he was entrusted. He was supposed to lead them in. He ducks out of that. Keeps the title for as long as he can, knowing that he's keeping the title while he's running for office and lying, and you just played the evidence of that. And then what does he do during the pandemic? He orders his little squad of bullies to go out and shoot paintball guns at ladies trying to meet with their neighbors during his COVID shutdown.
No, that was during the George Floyd riots. It wasn't for the COVID thing.
Oh, excuse me. I'm conflating two stories.
Well, 2020 is all the same.
there are people that during the no. He sicked paintball.
No, he didn't. He sick. The paintballs were for people that were looting and rioting during the George Floyd protests in the summer of 2020.
See, I would have used rubber bullets instead of paintballs. Paintball's kind of weak sauce. I mean, come on, dude. That's what we do in the Poconos.
Have you ever been shot by a paintball?
Oh yeah, I used to play paintball all the time up in the Poconos.
It hurts.
Oh, it stings like hell. Yes. Yeah, but I don't know that that's going to deter people when they're looting and rioting. Rubber bullets would.
We played, or you actually read, Nick Kale, the letter from the battalion commander of Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz, and he's been speaking out on this whole thing. So, look, at the end of the day, I agree that this is a big story for what we do, but I don't know if it plays. I just that's just the skeptic in me. I just don't think that. I don't think that in 2024 this is the big story that everybody on Twitter and on conservative media.
I think it's the demo that I think it resonates the least with is the 18 to 29 Gen Z crowd.
I agree.
I think this resonates with boomers big time.
Oh yeah, and veterans 100%.
Yes.
I'm not downplaying.
The younger you are, I think the less significant the story is.
Let me repeat this. I'm not downplaying this story.
Yep.
All I'm saying is that for somebody who never served, it's not my place to say, stolen valor, this, that, and the other, because I never served. So I'm not. But for people who have, and this is a big deal for them, yes.
Yep.
I just don't think that there's enough that it's going to affect him in any way, or that ticket. In
consequential for November 5th.
I think that for for people who, and maybe you would argue that military law enforcement, they're already going to go for Trump, but I would say it reinforces it reinforces that. I would say that it also could impact possibly the union vote, because somebody who is a union worker is somebody who maybe is influenced by people who have served in the military or law enforcement. And so maybe that's in play here. But I think the fact that it's the stolen valor issue, and you have him over and over campaigning on it, just makes him look sleazy. And then when you combine the fact of, yes, I was conflating two things. The paintball story 2020, where people claim that they were standing in their doorways, that they were complying with his rules, and that they were shooting people with paintballs. That's the complaint of some. During the shutdowns, there are other complaints from people who've been speaking out saying, this is not this nice dad coach. He was vicious. We saw, Governor Phil Murphy especially during the shutdowns. We can relate to that. Governor Tom Wolf was pretty bad, although Wolf at least dropped the lawsuits. Walz was pretty much a tyrant.
Yes, he was.
During a COVID pandemic shutdown.
Snitching hotlines?
Yeah.
Little punk.
Well, let's stick on that. This is a Minnesota resident and former wine and coffee bistro owner, Lisa Hansen.
Oh, I've heard this story.
Who was sentenced to prison for 90 days for violating Tim Walz's COVID-19 lockdown orders in Minnesota in 2020. She did an interview with Fox News Digital and said that Walz shut down and destroyed her small business in the state, and that Americans do not want tyranny at this level. Hansen is the mother of 8 children and 18 grandchildren. Good God.
Oh, and those stocking stuffers are expensive every year.
Hansen, at the time, owned the Interchange Wine and Coffee Bistro in Albert Lea, which is about 90 miles south of Minneapolis. Her small business had been open for 8 years prior to the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdowns. In March of 2020, Hansen complied with the laws initially, but then saw that liquor stores, strip clubs, and big box stores all stayed open as they were deemed, quote, essential. He shut down a lot of the mom and pop shops, those folks that were just trying to make a living and provide a great product and a great service, Hansen told Fox News. In contrast, he allowed big box stores, etc., to stay open. Really incredible, an incredible use of tyranny against the people. This is Lisa Hansen speaking out about that to Fox News Digital. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
So we opened up. I can't tell you for sure how long we were open, but immediately within 24 to 48 hours, the state came down on us with a vengeance. They attacked me, a woman, small business owner, as well as other small business owners in the state of Minnesota. They came down, they sent the health department down, they sent everything they could against us. They employed all of their resources against we the people. Just trying to run a company, serve a cup of coffee to a willing customer. And they said, nope, you can't do that. And mind you, there was never an injury. There was never an infection of COVID-19, nor was there ever a death that occurred because I had my doors open and willing.
By the way, Grandma would.
Yes.
Would.
Yes.
Absolutely would.
Absolutely.
Is this a guilt
Oh,
question?
yeah. I'm daddy-like.
Yeah. Yeah. No complaints here, sir.
All right.
All right.
We continue. Hang on.
Thanks for that interjection there,
sorry.
Greg.
No, I'm just saying. She does not look like a grandma. I will say that. YouTube.com/@1210.
Check her out.
WPHT. Would or wouldn't?
If you know this place in Minnesota, it's a beautiful, small, historic place. But they, in like 2008, 2009, the blue zones, like we talk about Italy and different places where people live longer, have a sense of community. They were trying to come back with the economy and attracted people like her. She's a beautiful lady and dedicated to healthy living and all that good stuff. So they all came together and have a real sense of community. I don't know what her politics was prior to Tim Walz.
No, I'm guessing she's a Republican by
maybe
by some of the stuff she's saying.
But
no,
these individuals have a real sense of community, but it is more of a rural area.
Right.
This is not a city.
Yeah. She did say we the people. That's kind of a giveaway.
I'm going to continue here with Gilf.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno in the YouTube chat, by the way.
Well, Tony Bruno's wants to watch the grandmother here.
Phil, if we will continue, my friend, go.
customers came in to patronize me. So it was about the first part of January. All kinds of, I think it was 5 civil cases were thrown at me and 2 criminal cases were thrown at me because of what I did, because I supposedly violated these illegal and unlawful emergency executive orders. Again, that Governor Walz had no right implementing. I went to court for the criminal charges and for the civil charges. There have been, I've incurred tens of thousands in court fees, in legal fees. There have been upwards near 100,000 levied against me in fines, fees, etc. I went to court. I was found guilty. Was precipitated and put on me by the, you got to go all the way to the top. That again, that'd be Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison. What happened to me was no accident, and they absolutely wanted to make an example, right all the way down through the local court system. I was found guilty. I was not allowed to present my defense in a court of law. I was given sentenced to 90 days, which was the max sentencing. And I was also fined $1,000, which was the max fine for this supposed thing that I did, where I was standing on my rights and totally protected by the Constitution of the United States of America.
Wow. This audience is well aware of this, but I think some people are not privy to this, especially the younger generation. I think young people see small business owners and they're like, oh, you own your own business. How cool is that? You must be living life. You're rich. Not the case. Most small business owners are not making a killing. Most live paycheck to paycheck. And oh, by the way, you don't leave at 5 o'clock and then leave whatever issues pop up to the boss or the corporation you work for. Your phone rings 24/7 because it's your livelihood. It's your business. So that being said, what happened is inexcusable. I don't know how any Democrat small business owner that got crushed permanently or temporarily had to deal with this level of nonsense can continue voting for the tyrants like Tim Walz out there that will sit there and actually have the temerity to say your business is not essential. Target is essential. Walmart is essential, but Bob's Brakes and Rotors is not essential. That to me, and I give her credit. I give that gym owner, all these stories that we have seen and heard of people that were defiant to the government. Good for you, because it's your livelihood.
What happened to mind your own business? I thought he says mind your own business. Mm-hmm. He sent this poor lady on misdemeanor these are misdemeanor charges. They lost everything and sent her to jail. This guy is. She's saying he's tyrannical in other interviews. I mean, she's calling him evil. Mm-hmm. But this guy is all about control.
This guy might actually be worse than Gavin Newsom, the more I hear about him. And I didn't think that was possible, Dawn.
Yeah, I don't know that Gavin Newsom was after people to this level, was he?
So let me ask you guys a question, because I always want to be intellectually honest on this radio, at least on this radio show. In one breath, we sit here and we say vice presidents don't matter and they don't affect everybody, just votes at the top of the ticket. But on the other hand, we're saying, oh my God, Walz, stolen valor. Oh my God, he locked down these small businesses. Oh my God, it's going to cost Kamala Harris. So which one is it?
Should matter.
Do vice presidents matter or do they don't?
Well, I think
Should
it matters because
but don't, apparently.
It matters because this is who she chose. I mean, as a Pennsylvanian, I will say this. It pisses me off that she didn't choose Josh Shapiro.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a conservative. Really? I'm a registered Republican, but I've known him for a very long time. Josh Shapiro is a good human. I know you hate when I say this, but he's a good human being.
See, I'm ecstatic that she didn't choose him.
Yes. We're so I think it would have helped her. But think about it. What does it say about her that she didn't choose somebody who's actually a good human being, who actually has walked the walk? And did not do these things, stolen valor, sending, nice ladies and grandmas to jail to give them the shiv. Okay, that's who she chose. That tells you something about her. and her ego, because
Can
she
I-
didn't want Josh Shapiro,
Can I say this?
who's a stronger candidate and looks better than her.
I agree with you that this woman's story is awful. Like 90 days in jail for that is just like, looking back on it is just bat bleep crazy.
Yeah.
But a lot of these issues were litigated in 2022 when a lot of these governors and everything were up for re-election
in the primaries or the midterms,
and the people still voted for them.
I know.
So I don't know if this plays like everybody thinks it does.
Well,
because these were litigated, and he was. I mean, the stolen valor thing, it was litigated. These whole.
But it's a whole new ball game because now he's in the major leagues, and now what played in Minnesota, which I lived in. I went to college in Minnesota. It's a little kooky, little tookey.
They voted in Elon
Don't you know?
Omar
I mean,
again.
I know. To my point,
Omar got 56%.
Minnesota's a little quirky, but that's Minnesota, don't you know? Now you're in the major leagues here, and this is so. Let's think about places where we went through hell and had a taste of these tyrannical governors.
It doesn't play, guys. I'm just saying it doesn't.
It's amazing though. It's amazing what doesn't play though. Like what world are we living in where elected officials shutting your business down doesn't play?
Because
I know
people have short memories.
I'm
They have
so
short-
down on
short
society.
sense.
You're right. You're right.
They have short memories, and the media
It was 4 years. It was 4 years
contributes
ago.
to that.
It was 4 years ago. People are like, But
this is
it
the
was a different
first
time.
See,
It
but
was,
here's the thing, though. This is the first. I mean, I know we've had midterms and stuff, but this is the first general election since all of these rights were infringed upon.
Right.
And you always see like these, social media conservative people that post the stuff about, Fauci and all the wrongs, and they're all valid, right? And they say, well, never allow yourself to forget. This is how you get your payback. You're not going to hold Fauci's feet to the fire, but you can vote the party out of office this fall. That's where I'm so disappointed with human beings. That people out, and again, this is not this audience, because this audience is tuned in. They know what they're talking about. They do their research. We just got so many dumb dip bleeps out there in society that it doesn't resonate with them. Which is why I say, go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, I know, and Dr. Benz told me, do you grind your teeth? And I'm like, no, not when I sleep. Greg Stocker,
I do.
Greg right now.
I wear a night guard
Because the truth is, what Greg is saying is because you are being played by the media. So why is it that J6, you are being influenced?
Me.
You're saying it doesn't play. You know why it doesn't play? Because the media...
No, because we had elections that showed that it didn't play.
Right, and why is that? Because the media has essentially convinced everybody, these issues, this is old news. This stuff doesn't matter. But you know what does matter? J6. If we're going to say, well, this was years ago, how come J6 is somehow relevant still with the media and everybody, and yet the stories of this lady being persecuted by a mean-spirited, lying, stolen valor governor, how come that's old news? Because our mainstream media has brainwashed and conditioned and groomed everybody to think, that's old news.
Well, they tell you what's
It's
relevant and what's not,
right.
and they tell you that you're supposed to just march to that beat.
Greg, don't let them in your brain.
I did not. First of all,
You
sweetheart,
said-
I did not say.
Sweetheart.
I did not say.
You said.
I did not say that it doesn't play with me. I said it doesn't play with the American people
And why
because it's
doesn't it?
been litigated in elections. That's why. I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
It's like the same thing with the culture wars and the school stuff,
Yes,
right?
again.
Like Republicans had one gasp of success in 2021, and then since then, it hasn't worked in their favor.
2023, we all sat here for weeks and weeks and weeks and said, you know what? I can't believe it. Like these school boards are going to get voted down, this, that, the other. They voted the exact opposite way. It just doesn't, it's been litigated. These things don't work.
But
you know what works? Because I have to move on here. You know what works?
What's that?
Immigration.
I hope. I hope you're right, because if economy and immigration doesn't matter and Trump loses on the two major issues that everybody apparently cares about in the polls, then what do you say? Seriously, we're going to have to think about that, and we won't do it November 6th or November 7th, but by Thanksgiving or December, there's going to be this, come to Jesus moment for the GOP where it's going to be like, okay, well, if none of our issues matter, how do we win elections?
Well, here's the thing: is that if from just from looking at election results, the three things, in my opinion, that matter to the American people: immigration, abortion, the economy. Those three. That's it. That's it. That's what people vote on.
Abortion, by the way, is
that's what people vote on.
Abortion. Here's a callback. Abortion, by the way, is what's hurting Florida.
Yes, because it's going to be on the ballot in 11 states. They just announced Missouri and another one. It's going to be like Florida is going to vote on legal weed and abortion rights.
Right.
Like that is why the polls you see now at the end will Florida go blue? No, but that's why you're seeing these polls shift a little bit because they're putting this stuff on the ballot,
Which was their plan. Remember, we talked about this.
Yes.
Remember, we talked about this like a year ago. This is their plot. And at one point, all the Democrats met here in Pennsylvania. Remember? They had that meeting, like, what was that, 6 months ago or whatever?
Yep.
And they plotted where can we get abortion on the ballot?
Well, the other thing that plays in the GOP's favor are stories like this. This is a Haitian illegal migrant who was arrested in March for, and I hate saying this at 8:12 in the morning because there's people driving their kids, wherever. So earmuffs for a second. He was arrested for raping a 15-year-old girl. He was released yesterday on a $500 bail.
Yeah.
And by the way, was flown in to our country by our government.
Yeah.
Flown in by our government.
The punishment's more punitive for doing wheelies on a LGBTQ mural painted on a sidewalk.
Amen, Nick Kale.
You're
100% right.
You'll serve less time for raping a 15-year-old.
Yep.
This is great country.
This is just a little bit of the news story. Cut 7, Phil, go.
Corey Alvarez was arrested and charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl at a migrant hotel in Massachusetts.
15-year-old disabled girl.
Sick.
This piece of human filth.
So you talk about females, right? There's 3 different umbrellas here. So you have the abortion thing, which works against Republicans. But you have immigration where you have 15-year-olds being raped or women like Lake and Riley being killed. And you also have the Biden administration blowing up Title IX and female rights in sports. 2 of the 3 female categories, so to speak, also favor Republicans. But which one will play the most? Yeah. The one that the Democrats have.
Let's start. Well, I don't know that. I don't know that because I do think that this border issue is a huge issue, and I do think that if the Trump campaign is doing a good job, they just need to stay on it of painting Kamala Harris as that, as the borders are, and like I think this is a winning message for Trump. It worked for him in 2016. This is cut. Let's start cut 7 over again, Phil, if you will. Go.
Corey Alvarez was arrested and charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl at a migrant hotel in Massachusetts. Alvarez was brought into the U.S. last year via the Biden administration's CHNV mass parole program for Haitians. Now, CHNV stands for Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, all countries we don't have a repatriation agreement with. And this controversial parole program, we're told he flew directly from Haiti to JFK Airport to New York City in June of 2023 and had listed a sponsor in New Jersey. Now, ICE has placed a detainer on him with local authorities. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges, but this program allows up to 30,000 people each month from these countries to fly into the U.S. and be granted 2 years of humanitarian parole, which allows them to apply to work here in the U.S. They are supposed to be vetted, guys, and have this sponsor in the U.S. The Biden administration considered this program a, quote, lawful pathway, and the recipients bypass the border entirely, flying over instead. Now, you see here, according to CBP data, the Biden administration has brought over 138,000 Haitians into the U.S. via this program since January of 2023.
That's 2 Eagles
program,
stadiums.
of course, an effort to cut down the number of illegal crossings at the border. I've seen countless Haitians crossing illegally. We reached out, by the way, to DHS and CBP for comment, have not heard back.
Wow.
Your own government has failed you. I mean, by design. This is not accidental. This is not slipping through the cracks. And every time Trump talks about the border, and we've heard the speech, we know the talking points, we know what he will echo every time they're releasing people from prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, the whole bit. He's not lying when he says it, folks. I love how we were always taught it's families seeking a better life. It's a mom and her children and one meal a day. And how come every time they come here, they never look all ravaged with ripped clothes, like they've emerged from a third world slumber party? They actually look like they're in great shape.
They should let me at the border. I'm just going to look everyone over. If I see dead eyes, I'm like, nope, out. You out.
Stalker's going to be at the border with a musket.
How old are you? Military age man. Nope, out.
Gone.
And by the way, all we heard for so long was, this is Greg Abbott or this is DeSantis, and these shame on them for busing migrants. This is Biden using tax dollars, by the way, to fly these individuals in. Mm-hmm. How come we don't hear that being reported?
In the middle of the night.
Yeah. And this is, so I'm looking at a site of the numbers, and these are government numbers admitting Department of Homeland Security okayed these flights. We're talking about well over 100,500 people coming in, and we paid for this.
The one thing I will say about this immigration issue and why it plays so well, voting for people who are voting, because a lot of people will tell you when polled, they're like, well, I actually support the legal way of, as long as it's legal. If they're really pressed, they want to shut the borders and not let anybody in. Let me say this again: the majority of Americans want the border closed and nobody being let in whatsoever. Mm-hmm. They say that because it's the PC thing,
of course,
to say.
Of course, because they're scared of the blowback.
So when you see reports like this of all of these people that are coming into our country, this is the issue that will have suburban women and everybody going, I don't know about this. Mm-hmm. Maybe we do need to shut the border. Yes, we need to shut the border.
Yeah.
Yes, that 100% needs to happen. And by the way, the majority of the American people agree with me.
Yes, they do. As Stalker would say when it comes to the border,
stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Yeah, there you go. 855-839-1210. We've actually got a lot of people that want to jump in. I think a lot of people, strong thoughts on the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz. Not sure if these are military listeners, but perhaps they might be. We'll find out right now. Mario is in Philadelphia. He's up next on Talk Radio 1210. Go ahead, Mario.
Hey, I just wanted to, it's really disturbing that we're talking about who do you want to have a beer with, all this nonsense, and the media is complicit. Matter of fact, the media should be held liable if this country gets turned on its head, and these two communists, one from California and one from Minnesota, because that's who they are, mm-hmm. If they turn this country on its head and people become miserable through shortages, imprisonment, and whatever else comes along with turning Marxist communists. Have you ever noticed the people that always propose communism or Marxism, they're well off. Look at Bernie Sanders. He owns 4 homes. He never had a real job in his life. Mm-hmm. Kamala Harris never had a real job. This guy Walz, I have no idea where he's coming from. He probably doesn't believe in anything he's doing. He just knows that he's a tyrant, mm-hmm. and he likes that position. The media withholding all this crucial information that could lead to the loss of our Constitution.
Yeah,
I don't get it. It was handed to us by, let's face it, wealthy people like Washington, Jefferson. They had everything to lose. If they were caught by the British, they would have got hung. Their families would have been hung, and there would have been no Civil War. There would have been no Civil War to end slavery. And these people all want to put an end to that.
Isn't it funny how the 1% want to push a socialist agenda, yet those that are fleeing other countries, speaking of immigration, why do they want to come to America? Because of, quote, the American dream and capitalism. I've never seen people leaving capitalistic societies for socialism. You leave socialism and communism for capitalism, yet the people at the top want to flip the role reversal here, right?
Right, I agree with you, but look at the city that we're in, Philadelphia, the other blue cities, these labor unions that endorse Democrats. I mean, do they realize that if the right people come to office, to power, like Harris and Walz, the economy is going to disintegrate. There will be no work for you. Yeah. Your union leaders, they're going to be well off. They're well off now.
Yeah, and you think about it, Mario, when it comes to
these crazy people.
And when it comes to employment, I mean, you're going to have a two-pronged attack that killed the labor industry. Artificial intelligence is going to take the jobs of human beings, and now you have illegal immigrants in the country taking the lower-paying jobs of American citizens. So you've got two facets of society that end up with the short end of the stick. Do we want to rip through some more of these? Or are we going to go more cuts? No. Okay, calls. Frank is in South Philadelphia. He's got some thoughts on Tim Walz. Frank, you go ahead.
Good morning, Tony and Dawn and whoever else is here. Dawn,
Tony, Dawn, and whoever else. They got 1/3 of it, right?
Nick and Craig.
Well, the crew. I call it the crew there.
Yeah, it's the crew.
Hey, Dawn, I fit in all categories. Between the South, the border, and which I was born in Italy, came here as an immigrant. My father didn't get paid from the government for coming here, and we came on a boat, not an airplane. But anyways, in saying that, I'm a veteran, and the guy Walz, it would solve all problems, all false accusations, all things that he says, that if he shows his DD 214, it tells you what rank you came out of, what you would retire from. It tells you what medals you got, or what countries you were deployed to. So if a reporter like Tony or one of you guys interview him, see if he wants to take an interview in your show, and bring a DD 214, it would tell everything that he did. And in 24 years of National Guard or reserves is not equivalent to a active duty that served 24 years full-time military guy. And I wish that the military or the U.S. government or takes legal action against him, because if he's claiming that he retired as a commander, major sergeant, that's falsifying ranks. By the way, any rank above Spec 5 or sergeant, they had to take a test in order to turn around to qualify for that, or go through special school.
All right, thank you very much, Frank in South Philly.
Wine.
Yeah, and we appreciate your service. Yeah, is this Tony, Dawn, and the other dude?
He sent all of us wine. He knows exactly. He's just being silly.
All right, let's let me grab one more, and then we'll grab another clip or two, and then we'll get to Bruno. We'll wrap up with we got John in Roxborough here. John, you go right ahead, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey.
All right, listen. I know that Dawn's got a little issue with Greg, and I understand he's got a problem with the stolen valor thing. So let's get to the real talking points. The guy is a liar. The guy is a coward. And the most important thing, his group went to war, and they didn't come home. That's the talking point. They did not come home. Okay?
Yeah,
If this guy goes to office, and everybody says we're on the cusp of World War III, our military's depleted. They will reinstate the draft. Who's going to war? Americans are going to war. You think these people coming across the border are going to war? No.
Young voters.
Our people are going to war.
Yep.
Our children, our grandchildren. They're the talking points. I'll let you go with that, guys. Have a good day.
It's a great message. It's amazing how bad at messaging the GOP is, and John in Roxborough has it figured out. Maybe they can hire him.
By the way, that one of the Daily Mail, I don't know who else picked up the story, but had a story. Parents speaking out saying my 19-year-old son was killed in Iraq serving in the unit Tim Walz abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, I think, who he was referring to.
Yep.
But there were injuries, and obviously not everybody came home from Iraq.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. That'll do it for round number 1 of the cut sheet. Part 2 about an hour from now. Your voicemails to follow that. But following this on the other side, we ship it on down to South Florida. Tony Bruno standing by. He's probably lingering in the YouTube chat right now. Bruno next here on Kale and Company. Stay right there.
But this fall, especially cooler weather, I'm cooking more. I'm lingering in my kitchen. How's your kitchen looking? If you're tired of your old kitchen or maybe that outdated bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And what about a new vanity, a tub shower conversion? You are going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic, of course, offers an industry-leading warranty as well. They are a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. Plus, Kitchen Magic is offering 10% off your remodel. That total, 10% off. Get your free in-home consultation. Put this on the calendar. kitchenmagic.com. 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, 10% off your remodel. What are you waiting for? kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Football's approaching, and it's time to get in on all the action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Early action. You can do football futures, like how the Birds will do this season. You can bet on right now if they make the playoffs. Will they win the division, the Super Bowl? All of that is at your fingertips on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. If you sign up right now using my promo code Greg, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online and run money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Drive into summer with the rugged Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot. Get outdoors and kick up some dust with Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2024 Ridgeline and a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Passport and 2025 Pilot.
Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
8:31, Kale and Company as we roll on Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. There goes my hero. Well, not really my hero, but he is my man. He's my guy. He's my boy. He's the great Tony Bruno. He might be your hero, though. Not all heroes wear capes.
we don't need another hero, except in the Thunderdome. But we want to I know Dawn's, I heard you guys talking about Shapiro. The big story is Governor Shapiro has now hired the Minnesota voting machine company because they were able to count all the votes between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. so that what's-her-face, Ilhan, I hate America, I hate Jews, Ilhan Omar could win. She had 0 votes counted from 8 p.m. last night when the polls closed in Minnesota to 9:57, and all of a sudden, in 1 hour and 58 minutes, they got all the votes counted, and she is back, and she's criticizing white men and Jews, but they'll still vote for her. So anyway, the good news is we can't count votes in Pennsylvania because the state already announced it a couple days ago. Yeah. Don't expect the election results on election night, but in Minnesota, they got the election results in 2 hours.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very, very, very fascinating. And sadly, there's a lot of Democrats out there, Tony, that will just say what your T-shirt says. Breaking news. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
But you know what people care about is this whole Tim Walz embellishment, lie, weasel approach of falsifying his military history and abandoning his fellow soldiers as he uses a little backdoor exit to wiggle out of going over to Iraq, and then he's going to run for office. I don't know that it's necessarily going to hurt him and Kamala, but man, I'm telling you what, Tony, there's a lot of people in America, certainly in middle America, and I think the older the demo, the more people look at this and say, this guy is a stone weasel. We've had a lot of calls on him just in the last 10, 15 minutes.
I've been listening. I get up early to listen to the show and hear Dawn and Greg fight today. Come on, guys. Come on, fam.
That's everything.
Settle down.
We're not fighting. We're having spirited debates on radio.
Yeah.
Remember
well,
when
at least on radio and on X, there's certainly not in our political discourse. Nobody wants to debate. Nobody wants to have a news conference.
No, you're right. Stalker faces way more bullets than Tim Walz ever had.
And the thing, my dad was a World War II hero. I mean, he jumped out of planes in World War II as part of the 82nd Airborne. So I know as a family member, I didn't serve, but I'll tell you what, anybody who has served, and no one's saying Tim Walz didn't serve. Mm-hmm. Tim Walz is saying that he was a sergeant, whatever it was. Those fish are sergeant majors. The ones with the stripe? Those are more sergeant majors than stinking Tim Walz. But the bottom line is, even the Minnesota, I say this all the time, my biggest beef isn't just people on Twitter who randomly have ideas and they think they're all right and they're right and you're wrong, whatever. It's the media. The Minnesota Star Tribune is basically just running for cover. They're basically saying that Tim Walz did nothing wrong and that he has a right to rip. He was ripping J.D. Vance, and then all of a sudden they changed it all because J.D. Vance didn't rip Tim Walz's service.
Yep.
He ripped the fact that he lied about going to war.
Yes.
That's all this is. This isn't about whether he was in the National Guard. Anybody who serves should be respected, but anybody who lies about serving should be condemned. But Walz goes to some union thing yesterday and starts screaming about, hey, listen to me and you listen to me. Good. This is the same guy with the snitch lines. We've all seen it. But it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat. The media is carrying water. I mean, water towers all over the country aren't getting as much water being carried as the stinking Democrats have the media. CBS News has been the worst example of it. CBS News has been an absolute embarrassment with the way they've been covering for Kamala Harris and this Walz guy. And all I want to do, I want to see both sides being treated the same. And they're not. And it's not even that I need Trump to have more praise. Trump goes on and everybody's criticizing him because there were technical problems. Meanwhile, 1 billion people have been watching that video. So it's just a joke. And it's a joke that our media is what it is today. And it hurts me as a member of the media. That's all I complain about. I don't care what people vote for. But the Walz thing and Kamala now, we have to wait till Friday, and she's going to give some written speech. And she hasn't done anything, by the way, in the last couple of days. You notice? She's saving it for Friday, where she's going to unveil her economic plan.
Oh, the economic plan. Don't go belly up. Don't go broke. That'll be the economic plan. So, by the way, you mentioned Trump and Elon and the whole Spaces thing. Your thoughts, because I know we had a 45-minute technical issue, but once that got out of the way and they fixed things, short of the microphone compression for Trump's microphone, where he sounded like he was wearing dentures, which we know he was not. The content and the conversation was phenomenal from the standpoint of, Trump's 78 years old. He went 2 hours uninterrupted. I'm shot after 50 minutes of the cut sheet.
I'm shot after this segment every week. I need a whole week to recover till next Wednesday. I leave it all out on the table. I don't leave anything in the locker room. I take it one show at a time, 1 week at a time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And yes, the Phillies, who were 29 games above 500 on July 13th. Isn't that the day Trump was shot?
Yeah.
Since Trump was shot, the Phillies have gone from 29 games above 500 at 62-33 to now 69-50, 7-17 since. They come back home, and Taiwan Walker, which should be tying one on soon, maybe in Scranton or wherever the hell the Phillies are playing now, Reading, you name them, Clearwater, down here with the Threshers.
Lehigh Valley.
This team is taking on more water than the media, because the media can carry all the water that they can handle.
Yep. Yeah, it's amazing. I wanted to get your thoughts on a couple of other stories. By the way, the Phillies it's inexplicable. I did not know that, though. 7-17 since July 13th.
4 straight losses, the road trip. They could have been 500 on a road trip, which is decent if you want to do that. But everything's gone south now for the Phillies. I've been south at least for the last couple of years, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but you went south, willingly.
In Southwest Florida,
yeah,
yes.
Exactly right. Tony Bruno is with us, as he does every Wednesday here on the show. There's so many great stories out there that are right up your alley. I want to start with this because I know you had issues with COVID, with the vaccine. Now, Aaron Rodgers, as we get ready for another NFL season, if you remember 3 years ago, he took a ton of flack for the way he framed and chose certain words about saying, I was immunized. I didn't necessarily get vaccinated. And now 3 years later, he's regretting those comments, to which I would say, just like I said with Joe Rogan earlier this week, you're going to endorse Bobby Kennedy. Don't walk it back. Aaron Rodgers, don't walk it back, especially with what we know now. Aaron Rodgers looks like a genius after they tried to smear him 3 years ago, but apparently he has regrets for what he said. I don't know, Tony. That feels a little weak in my opinion.
It is, but he's trying to placate the New York media because, the media is the worst in the world. The sports media especially, they're even worse. Talk about a bunch of bozos. Sports media people, especially in big cities, they'll hold the pressure on a guy that they need for either one of the New York football teams to win. I don't know how far the Jets are going with Aaron Rodgers. Bottom line is, Aaron Rodgers should apologize for nothing.
I agree.
What does he have to prove? He was right about the vaccines. Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci, Mr. Science, now has COVID for like the 4th time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think he has access to the best drugs on earth? And he's coming out and saying, I got COVID again, despite having 6 shots?
Mm-hmm.
The guy's pretty much admitting that everything he did and said was not a lie, but it was all embellishment. And morons still have candles to Dr. Fauci in their bedrooms.
It's
ridiculous.
I said this yesterday when we talked about it because he's got, I think it's his 3rd COVID infection, and he's got a total of 6 shots, original vaccines, plus all these garbage boosters that like 8% of Americans get these days. I don't even know why anybody's getting them. But isn't it the most ironic thing that the most vaccinated people, the most boosted people are the ones always publicly saying, hey, I came down with COVID again. I mean, I haven't had a booster, period. And if I've had COVID, I didn't know it because I was asymptomatic and I just went about living my life. And if I had a runny nose, I didn't take a test for it, Tony.
I go get Mucinex DM, the good stuff at night. That's what I've been taking. I had a chest cold. We came back to Philly. We got sick because we're in airplanes and everybody's got these summer colds. And then, of course, if you have 16 COVID kits in your house like we all got them for free. Remember when they were giving them out for free?
Yeah.
And now you have to pay for them like $30. You have one of those. We got sick. Do we have COVID? Checked it? No. You know what it is? It's a sinus infection. It's summer. People are on airplanes. They're breathing on each other. Kids are coughing. I had 2 vaccines. I almost died. I will never take another shot. It's my body, my choice, as they like to say in the abortion world.
There you go. Tony Bruno with us. I got to get your thoughts on this because we've had a lot of conversation about Title IX, men's and women's sports, mixing men in women's sports, pretending to be women, most notably the whole boxing story with the Olympics. But ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit was actually on with Dan Dockich, former ESPN employee, who's now joined the dark side, and he's gone to Outkick. And Herbstreit, and if you've ever watched Herbstreit with College Game Day and college football, he is very buttoned up. He's exactly what ESPN's like. He's politically correct. He's Disney friendly, the whole bit. But in the last couple of years, he's been more agitated with the ridiculous stuff from the left wing. And now he's come out and he said on the Outkick show with Dockich that he's done dealing with the BS, and I'm cleaning that up, the pushback he's getting for simply saying men do not belong in women's sports. And we're talking about one of the 4 or 5 preeminent faces and voices and highest paid people in Bristol coming out. Is that a sign of things turning, or is that just one guy maybe above the ESPN cancel culture mindset?
No, the bottom line is, he's important to ESPN. So they're going to let him actually speak his mind every once in a while, which is what you're supposed to do, and why ESPN is not the same company as it used to be. Not because they're not good people there, but I'm saying that everybody has to be on the same wavelength at ESPN. And, and you mentioned the Outkick. There's a story by a guy I didn't even know was there, a former ESPN guy who just wrote this column that you guys sent me last night about how Around the Horn, one of the great shows from 20 years ago that they would go to every year. By the way, it hasn't been canceled. So the writer of this piece on Outkick, who said he was at ESPN Radios for 10 years, and I never even heard of him, but good for him, he's got another job. And he's saying that, they had all these great voices, Woody Page and all these other people on Around the Horn, the afternoon show. And now they just have anonymous people who are DEI hires that they're throwing on there who add nothing to the conversation because everybody says the same thing. And when you have a sports show with different sports people from different parts of the country to give people the flavor of what's going on in their particular regions, you have to have some difference of opinion. But that's not what ESPN wants anymore. They want lockstep, just like most media, just like Disney, just like CBS, ABC, NBC. They all want to be on the same wavelength. They want to get the same talking points every morning, and then people are supposed to sit there and listen and say, yeah. But you know what they're always going to say? Yeah, I agree with them. You can't agree with everybody. Not everybody thinks the same.
I know. Listen to this show.
The media wants everybody to think the same way.
Yep.
And that's not the way the human body works or the human mind.
Yes. If you want differing opinions, just come to Kale and Company. Dawn and Greg fight every morning.
It was a bad fight today. I was starting to worry. I was calling for an intervention.
They were arguing.
I was going to send somebody to the studio to go in there and break into the studio to stop it before it got uglier.
I'm just... Man, we don't fight.
They were in disagreement over whether or not today was Wednesday.
I know. Well, listen, that happens, I don't know what day it is anymore. Do you?
No, everything just blends together at this point. Hang tight. Bruno's going to stay with us through the rest of the hour, and we'll continue on the other side with Tony live from Florida. But first, a word live from Piazza Mazda, specifically right out there in Westchester, Pennsylvania. And we're talking about the 2024 CX-30. It is a dynamic vehicle, right in the sweet spot of everything you want. You want safety, you want durability, you want affordability. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist has given this vehicle a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online. Do it right now during this commercial. PiazzaMazda.com.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kale and Company, 8:51 as we continue putting a bow on the third hour of today's show. Tony Bruno will stay with us into the 9 o'clock hour. Got a couple of moments here before we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour, Tony, and want to get your thoughts on a story that Dawn has when it comes to Montgomery County, because I live there now. You used to live in Montgomery County back in the day in Lower Gwinnett. Probably when it was actually much more red than it is now. So, Dawn, if you could present this to Tony, and I definitely want to get Tony's thoughts on this because this could be an epic response.
Yes, and taxes going up again in Montgomery County, pretty wealthy county, but they are offering free period products, tampons and pads in all health and human services buildings, historic sites, as well as county parks and courthouses. So these dispensers, and I don't know if they're, I believe that they're male and female bathrooms.
Well, yeah, Tim Walz would make sure that happens.
But they're installing these. Now, they used to cost $0.25, but everybody in Monco can't afford that. But you're going to get your free tampons and your free pads because of period poverty.
Tony, your thoughts, Montgomery County and
poverty.
menstruation.
I saw them open for Springsteen a couple of weeks ago on a tribute band down here in Cape Coral, Florida, where we have a lot of great. But no strings attached, I guess, in this. Development. I'm sorry, it was too easy.
Hey, I have another take on this, by the way. Here's another take for those of you who are upset about the fact that they are spending money on putting tampons in boys' bathrooms.
How about paper towels so I can wash my hands and dry them and not have that stupid machine that doesn't do anything?
I hate
then
that
I have
machine.
to wipe my hands all over my shirt, my pants.
With the amount of shootings that we have in the Philadelphia area, it's a known fact amongst emergency workers that tampons and pads make very good blood soaking up. So like with all the shootings, maybe they would need this.
Medic, I'm sorry, I got a couple of tampons in it. Now, do you want the maxi pads or do you want the what do you call them?
With wings.
Yeah.
No, that's Red Bull. Wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
So ridiculous.
Well, talk about killing two birds with one stone, huh?
By the way, you see the headline in the New York Post this morning, $5 billion is what has been spent in government tax dollars just to handle the migrant situation in New York City alone.
Amazing.
$5 billion with a B.
That's right. Disturbing, disappointing, disgusting, no doubt about it. Tony Bruno is going to stick around for the 9 o'clock hour. We'll come back, get Tony's final thoughts on a couple of stories where politics, social issues, and sports collide. Tony Bruno in the 9 o'clock hour as we continue on Kale and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kale and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
Yeah, Kale and Company rolling on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno hanging out for another segment. Our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. Dawn's Big Three to follow. What's on the cut sheet part due, and your voicemails on the Odyssey voice message machine. That's coming up around 9:40 this morning. And if anything breaks or develops, Dawn will have that for us. Or if you're looking at Tony's shirt, breaking news, nobody cares. It's amazing. It's amazing, Tony Bruno, that this election could come down to people not caring about a single solitary issue, but voting on who you hate more or who you want to see pull off the miracle of history of the first ever female president. That's what we have kind of devolved into in a society where now the 2024 election takes on the significance and the buildup and the issues that matter of like a 10th grade class president race. It's basically who is more popular versus who is least popular, and we'll pick that person, and then we'll just pray for the best and cross our fingers the next 4 years, sir.
And that's the preposterousness. Is that such a word? This is how preposterous this entire thing. Yes, but I'll invent a new word: the preposterousness of this entire thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to JFK when I was a young punk kid in South Philly, going to St. Rita's and standing out on Broad Street, watching John F. Kennedy go up Broad Street, in the open car and waving to John Kennedy, because that's what we did growing up in Philly. You're a Democrat since 1972. Only Democrats have run the town. And so now you fast forward, we knew who the candidates were. We knew what they stood for. And this is back when there was no live action cams anywhere. You go on home and watch the news at night. Now with the access to information that we all have, it's just amazing to me that so many people have been brainwashed by this whole joy campaign. And they bring out joy. And Tim Walz, he's such a masculine man. Are you serious?
Well,
I mean, how stupid do voters have to be to buy all this nonsense? And then they're criticizing Trump for not doing rallies every day. And then Kamala Harris hasn't done anything this week. She's not going to do anything till Friday because she's been somewhere in her bunker. She even bailed out on her pool. She was supposed to be, there's a traveling media pool that goes with the candidates.
Yep.
Kamala Harris ditched them yesterday to go to Howard University and unannounced and not having any media there to see what she was doing. She's going to, historically black schools where she went and telling those girls, you got to vote for me because you won't get 15 abortions if you don't. But when you duck away from the media that's basically adoring you on their knees, worshiping and adoring you, even though you haven't accomplished anything, even though you have now your own spokespeople telling the media that, no, she's not for Medicare for all anymore. She's changed her position on that. So if she can change her positions on everything that she's done, at least for the last 4 years, forget about her, ancient history, just the last 4 years, saying that she's going to do this, no taxes on tips. Why isn't she doing it now? She's still in power. She's still the vice president. Joe Biden went out and talked about curing cancer by 2020 yesterday when he went to New Orleans. They're still allowing this guy to go out and speak in public once a week before he heads back to Delaware and sits on the beach waiting for the horseshoe crabs to waddle up on the beach. In fact, Joe Biden was hiding behind the concrete ships down there in Delaware, waiting for World War III. And he says, I'll know World War III breaks out if I see the concrete ships and warships moving toward Delaware. That's why they built those there.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right. Not a joke.
Don, I don't know if you agree with me on this one, I'm sure. But I have had women come up to me and say, why would you not want to vote for the first woman president? This is an amazing historical thing. And my point is, I don't want to vote for a woman just because she's a woman and then have her be historically the worst president ever. Like, I don't want that to be the first female, because that will forever, we voted a woman in, look at what happened. I want the best candidate for the job, no matter who it is. And if it were a woman, if Trump were female, I would be voting for her. It's just...
Maybe you should make the transition.
The Trump transition.
Excuse me.
I don't think we get that for free down here in Florida, but if we move to Minnesota, I think Governor Walz will make sure that we get all the feminine hygiene products we need. And if we want to change sexes, we'll do that. But the biggest joke is down here in Florida. We have all the DeSantis fans, and I'm a huge DeSantis fan.
Yeah.
You know, Ron DeSantis isn't the candidate, but you've got conservatives here in Florida. And now, you know, AP, another joke of a news organization, say Kamala Harris is getting close in Florida, right? Which has a 1 million voter registration advantage, Republicans over Democrats.
Yep.
And now the machine in D.C. is trying to convince Floridians that you be careful. Florida's back in play for Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, people here in Florida who are mad that DeSantis wasn't the nominee, and I love DeSantis, but he wasn't the nominee for a reason. He ran a horrible campaign and bailed early instead of asking people for money to keep losing. And I love DeSantis. But the people down here are not going to vote for Trump because they hate him and they love Ron DeSantis. Talk about morons. You have to be a moron to sit here in Florida and suggest either voting for Kamala Harris or not voting at all is your stance because you don't like Donald Trump and you're mad that he's the nominee. He went through a campaign. He had other people opposing him. And that's how it works. You pick a nominee based on voting, not based on forcing a guy out. And that's the part of this whole thing that I don't understand. I'm looking for common sense. And the fact that people here in Florida who hate Trump, which is their right to do, but they're going to make this election close because they're not going to vote for Trump because they love Ron DeSantis so much? How stupid is that?
Oh, that's maddening. And that's where I come out and I say that makes you a certified bona fide loser if that's your mindset. And I said that to the Nikki Haley Republican supporters out there that, well, if it's not Nikki, I'm not voting for Trump. That makes you a loser. But is that a real palpable thing in Florida? Or is that just a select fringe and a select few that are anti-Trump and mad because DeSantis didn't get it? I mean, how viable?
No, there's
is
still
that
fringe. There's people
I think
that
it's
I follow.
a fringe, but it's a big fringe. I just don't know how effective it'll be. But it's,
I know DeSantis gets conservative stuff done. I love Ron DeSantis.
No, he's the best governor, and I think
in the country, and there's no one even close second.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is DeSantis isn't the nominee.
Yep.
He's not the nominee. So if you want to give Kamala Harris the White House and dancing bear, stolen valor, Tim Pond Walz in the White House, go ahead and vote for Kamala Harris and see what happens.
You mentioned briefly, and it's going to cue you up for this next story. You mentioned Tim Walz and masculinity. ESPN talking heads once again back defying corporate orders not to discuss politics. And ESPN's Mina Kimes was on the Dan Lebitard show. You talk about brutal. And she goes, wow. She actually adores the type of masculinity that Tim Walz oozes.
Of course.
She said, quote, "There's something to me really important about seeing someone like this modeling a different kind of masculinity," Kimes said of Walz. "We're kind of seeing it in the NFL with the Kelseys and Dan Campbell. This idea that
Dan Campbell is exactly the opposite of Tim Walz.
Yeah, hanging out with
Dan Campbell
Hulk
isn't
Hogan.
running around doing two-hand waves. Look at me, I'm running. Oh, man.
She says,
Tim Walz, the late great, who's the guy, the exercise guy that just died?
Richard,
the short shorts?
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons was more masculine than Tim Walz. Liberace was more masculine than Tim Walz.
Oh, this is not
Here's
right.
the thing about I love how whenever they talk about Tim Walz's masculinity, they're constantly showing him with camo and a gun.
Yeah.
Like as if just putting on camo
Like he's
suddenly
Rambo.
makes somebody it suddenly makes you masculine. Like no gay person has ever gone out hunting. Like it's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's just stupid.
And meanwhile, NBC 10 in Philadelphia, another part of the corrupt media, Instagram is failing to crack down on hate speech against women politicians as elections near.
Oh, Instagram.
Hate speech. You mean the same women politicians who called Trump Hitler? Where's the hate speech against Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Nobody's been more worshipped for doing nothing than this woman. Hillary Clinton's head has to be exploding. Seeing the adulation, at least Hillary Clinton had accomplishments. She was Secretary of State. She traveled the world.
Oh.
She was the first lady.
Got away with murder.
Well, that's okay, but at least she had accomplishments.
Yeah,
Kamala
that's
Harris has
accomplishment.
zero accomplishments.
I thought hate speech only existed on X under Elon Musk. Apparently it thrives on Instagram as well. Who knew? Last quote here. Mina Kimes saying about Tim Walz. This idea that the big football tough guy isn't separate from showing emotion and empathy is appealing. This man, the year he was a football coach, led the Gay Straight Alliance at the high school. That's really powerful in a way that goes beyond politics. So we're talking about a guy that bailed on his fellow servicemen and women before being deployed to combat. And that's the kind of that's the type of masculinity that and so you take ESPN's Mina Kimes. This is the single liberal female that is Trump's worst nightmare at the ballots. And this is the mindset that they have of, no, Tim Walz is a masculine man. I don't think bailing on your fellow soldiers really
with all due respect,
masculinity.
Mina Kimes is another DEI hire.
Mhm.
Let's be honest. ESPN is loaded with DEI hires that wouldn't get a job at ESPN 20 years ago, but now are just lining the hallways of Bristol, Connecticut, because they work cheap and they'll work for free because they want to be on ESPN and no one knows who they are. And again, if you like her, go ahead and watch her. But Mina Kimes, using her as some sort of bastion for what the women of the world think. Mina Kimes doesn't leave her house. She may as well be living with Keith Olbermann and Rosie O'Donnell in that world. They should do their shows from Keith Olbermann's condo overlooking the Central Park West in New York City.
Speaking of former colleagues and friends of yours, Tony Bruno, can I ask you a question? I'm curious about your former station now. There's a new midday host there, and I'm just curious of your thoughts on how long that honeymoon is going to last.
Shorter than Kamala's.
Obviously. I read the thing on Crossing Broad. That's how I keep track of the local media.
Yeah.
But listen, obviously there's a battle going on in the sports world between two stations in town.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on. And they're trying to beat WIP. And they tried all these different kinds. Listen, I don't like the guy personally, but if that's what they want to do, and they're going to try to compete, because he's been an arch enemy. Yeah, for some reason he's been the only guy I've ever worked with, and I've worked with a lot of people who never respected my accomplishments or what I've done, and he's just a weasel. Yep. He's a weasel, but if you want to listen to him, go right ahead, because he's not going to preach politics. That's what he claims. He's not going to talk about left-wing stuff on the show. Give him another week. Give him another week.
I think he already broke that, though.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they hired him at a time when there's an election happening in 3 months. You think he's not going to talk about that?
Well, if you want sports radio, ESPN, and local sports talk guys, we need more guys who are Democrats preaching the company line. There's never been a worse time to be a Democratic honk in sports media than right now, trying to prop up two candidates that no one could recognize 3 weeks ago, especially Walz. People in Minnesota don't know who Tim Walz is, but the whole country's supposed to embrace a guy who's dancing and prancing. Come on, man.
By the way, when you say there's two sports stations competing with one another, I mean we compete more with WIP than that other sports station.
But I'm saying, how
the
that
sports
is.
station down the hall is more worried about Kale and Company right now.
Now here's a little food for thought, though.
Check those men numbers.
Have you ever had a horrible breakup and then thought, we're gonna give it another chance?
Yeah.
How long does that usually last?
That's a great. I'll give you that answer in a couple of months.
when you're married to an ideology, and listen, there are people that I'm not a supporter of the Republican Party at all. I was never a Republican until the last 10 years, and that's not a part. You don't have to change your party. You don't vote party in this country. You vote who the candidates are. But when you're locked in as a leftist, it's the vote blue no matter who. The same people, who rip Trump all the time are the ones, I'll vote no matter who they put up there. I'm going to vote for them. Tell me how that's a deep thinking and understanding the facts. When you have two candidates that don't even know what their policies are and have 20-year-old interns writing their press releases, how is that deductive reasoning? How is that critical thinking? There's not. It's just an ideology that you've always had because your rich pals at the country club in Avalon, New Jersey, wherever Mike lives, he's appealing to his pals on the golf course. And the closest he gets to African Americans is the guy who shines his shoes in his country club gym. When he goes in and he hands his shoes over to the guy. Those are Mike Missinelli's black friends. Guys who work at the country club and grab his bags out of his BMW when he's coming back from the course.
Wow. If you want political talk,
he pretends he's down with the African American community when he's never even around the African American community.
If you want political talk coming up at 10, you get it with Dawn Stenzel.
Oh, this is good.
I know.
At least Dawn knows what she's talking about.
Exactly.
She's not some lockstep moron who's never covered news. Mike Missinelli has never been a journalist. No. Well, he was early in his career when all the sports guys, were journalists, and then they all got fired from the failing newspapers they worked for and decided to join they're the people who hated electronic media when they were walking around with notepads in locker rooms, and now they all want to be in electronic media, right? So that's a hypocrisy. Listen, if you're good enough to be on the radio and somebody wants to hire you, God bless you. But don't give me this sanctimonious, I'm smarter than you, I'll talk down to you because you're not worthy of talking to me. That's the stuff that I hate. I don't care who it is. If you treat your audience like they're underlings and like they're beneath you, then they are beneath you, and that's the world that they want to live in. They want to be talked down to. And that I've never done that to anybody, regardless of my opinion, their opinion. You have to respect the people who put you on the air and keep you successful. That's the way I've always done it. But hey, if he wants to placate his country club pals and all the rich Mina Kimes of the world, the very people he criticized and got called out for back in the day when he was knocking women on ESPN and then got buried for it. So good for him. Whatever he wants to do, he can do it. I don't control him.
Up.
Tony Bruno from Tim Walz, and then all of a sudden around 9:13, Tony Bruno.
Well, you asked me a question and I gave you an answer.
And he roared.
I didn't have any
Tim
notes for
Scott.
Mike Missinelli today. I didn't have any notes prepared. I don't need notes to prepare for that.
And as Greg Stocker would say,
stop sharing every dumb thought that's in your head. That's what talk radio is for.
That's a good one. By the way, congratulations to the guy, the Algerian gold medal winning boxing. He is now going to be the new backup quarterback for the. Oh no, that's what's his name? Who's coming back?
Kaepernick.
Colin Kaepernick, after 7 years out, says it's time to get. I think the other former Eagle quarterback from Gilroy, California, has a better chance of getting a backup quarterback job. And you know what I'm talking about. Play for the Eagles, play for the 49ers. Who am I talking about?
Gardner Minshew?
No.
No. I'm not.
Jeff Garcia has a better chance of getting another job in the NFL than Colin Kaepernick.
Love Jeff and his little pop gun arm. Beautiful. Bruno, great stuff as always, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Hey, God bless America. Good night, everybody. Eagles!
Yes.
Eagles!
Yes.
Thank you.
As training camp gets underway.
Way underway. We got the second preseason game coming up with the Patriots.
All right, real quick, Tony. Who's your first 5 cuts coming on Monday morning?
Hey, the first cut is always the deepest.
Oh, I see what you did there.
All right, there he is. Tony Bruno. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, sir.
Good night, everybody.
Wow. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll
Now,
come
let's do
back.
the morning mystery movie.
Okay, let's get to the movie clip. Here we go.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kale and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, I sure do miss Maven. Is he ever coming back?
Take it away, please, Ceddy. It's making us too goddamn sad.
I wonder if he's doing all right.
Hey, Maven! How you doing?
Don't worry about me. I think I see a car coming. No, wait. It's a truck. It's a truck.
Oh, Lord. Take care of our little boy.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
And the clue today, that man in that movie, the legendary you-know-who, well, it's his birthday today. And if you know that movie clip, just be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you will get a pair of tickets to see 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil at the Met Philadelphia. It's coming up on December 19th, so clear your calendar on December 19th, 2024. Show starts at 7:30 p.m. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. But they're yours next. If you can identify that clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. That, Dawn's Big Three, the cut sheet part due, and the voicemails. Oh, we got a lot to do in the next 39 minutes. Back after this.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
An excessive heat warning is in effect. Is your AC system struggling to keep your home cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your unit, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning. Your local York certified comfort experts can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2016. What impressed me about the Crash Proof events was that Phil presented us with hard facts. It's just impossible to have a steady income from the stock market. If the market crashes, I would lose most of my retirement money. With Crash Proof Retirement, I'll take money out to go on a cruise and I'll still have money in my accounts. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, because I can take the money out and the interest keeps building money for me in my Crash Proof accounts. And I have not had to pay any fees. My money is safe and it's not going to be dwindle away in the stock market. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I've got peace of mind, so I can take all the cruises I want.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$9:29, Kale and Company, as we continue. It's a Wednesday morning. The cut sheet part due coming up momentarily, as well as Dawn's Big Three and our voicemails. But first, let's give away the tickets for December 19th. Christina is in Bucks County, and she has the movie. Christina, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, The Jerk.
That is correct, yes. And that's not a movie about Greg Stocker.
Nope.
No, that is
Definitely not.
Steve Martin.
Yeah, buddy.
So, Christina, congratulations. You've got your evening filled for December 19th.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. There she is. Christina in Bucks County.
His birthday. He was born on this day in, 1945? Is that what I see?
Okay, so 79 years old.
Yeah.
79 years old.
So word is that Lorne Michaels called him and asked him to play Tim Walz for the season's SNL.
Oh, that, you know what? Look, I I can see it visually already.
He turned it down because he's like, I don't do impressions, and you're just asking me because I have white hair and glasses.
And I don't imitate weasels. Nice. SNL, another unwatchable season begins probably in about 6 weeks.
Yeah, they're dusting off Maya Rudolph to play Kamala.
And they should have called Esther, and they should have fired whoever does Trump and hired Farish.
Yeah,
and
I
he'll
agree
be with
with
us
you.
on Friday. All right, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kale and Company.
And Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. By the way, Trump and Vance are scheduled to visit Pennsylvania this week, as what are Harris and Walz? What's their campaign doing? Well, they're in Maryland and Boston. But just a reminder that Trump's campaign is headed to Pennsylvania this Saturday. So those tickets, Trump Force 47, you can buy the tickets and head to, Wilkes-Barre, right?
Yeah.
Is the site. And
Okay.
I think the doors open actually at noon. He's scheduled to speak on the site, if you go to it to get the tickets, 4 p.m.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if the Wilkes-Barre authorities have, told the Secret Service yesterday, like, hey, you might want to be on this spot, on that roof. That looks like a spot of interest. Let's see if we can get our act together here as he comes back to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, amen. And I guess I don't know if McCormick, who will join Trump Saturday on the stage. So I'll try to nail that down as the week progresses for us as we continue on with the Big 3. There's a lot of economic news with the CPI. This week and next week, we're seeing a lot of economic news. The CPI is out and saying that inflation is cooling a bit by about 3%. This is ahead of the expected Fed rate cut. Inflation's still hot, but at least consumer price index showing some of those numbers are down slightly.
Yeah, it's like my bedroom when the air conditioning's off is at 76 and I put the AC on and it's cooling off to 75. Okay.
Yeah, right. And amid that, we have General Motors, the first car maker to ever be hit with a lawsuit. This is Texas's Attorney General's office opening this investigation, claiming that GM actually stole and sold data to insurance companies.
Oh, I totally believe that. With all the technology that these vehicles have these days, for sure. Now, I'm assuming, is this to track your driving habits, as an insurance company wants to know if you're speeding and you're going through lights and things like that?
That's what they're claiming.
Remember we talked about that story about
come
like
up
you
with
could
the
get like
driving
some
score.
sort of, I guess you get discounts for being a safe driver based on the data that it tracks. And we were asking you, are you willing to save money if it means companies snooping on you?
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, no, stay out of my life.
Yeah, it's very creepy.
Yeah.
I already did, since I did the Montgomery County, since we headlined and talked about Montgomery County and the period poverty story, I'll just end by saying there are reports, and even the New York Times reporting on some of this. The headline is that the federal government is hastily processing new citizenship requests, which is reshaping the electorate. So the New York Times, among those, saying, yes, we haven't seen this pace of processing these citizenship requests just in time for November 5th.
It's almost like, you intentionally let people in because people are leaving one party for another party, and then you just kind of replace them.
Yeah.
Wild theory I've had of my own.
Yeah, so that's your Big 3 this morning, and we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning, and we love the Piazza Auto Group and always appreciate them as they sponsor our Big 3 this morning. During the Honda Summer Event, you get financing as low as 1.9% APR, and that's for 48 months on select new models. Just visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, that's mine, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always visit them online, piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:34. Let's find out what Stalker still has to get to on What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2. Nikki Haley was on with Brett Baer last night. Remember Nikki Haley?
Yeah.
Remember her?
Remember her?
Yeah, the gal that stuck around at the dance for way too long.
She had a lot of different things to say, because this is the first time she's spoken out, I guess, since Harris was kind of inserted in Walz, and she said that I think back in February, she said that whoever the Republican candidate was going to be would be running against Kamala Harris.
You know what? I do recall her saying that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's just go down the list of some of the things, go down the line here with some of the things that she said. I'm going to start here with cut 12, Phil. This is Nikki Haley on with Brett Baer last night. Cut 12, go.
Governor, there's someone inside the Trump campaign, and maybe the former president himself, who's watching this interview saying, wow, she's really good. Why can't we use her in suburban wherever? If he called and said, could you go here to campaign for me? Would you do it?
I mean, he's welcome to call. I have talked to him. He's welcome to do that. They are doing what they think is best, and that is his right to run the campaign he wants to run. He's chosen that. All I'm saying is I want to see them focus, and I want to see them win. We have too much at stake. We have to win this election. And I genuinely hope that he will go out to the 20% of people that are going to decide this election and say, you know what, I need your vote, and I'm going to fight hard to do it, and these are the issues I'm going to fight on.
So I'm sure people are rolling their eyes and getting angry, and what are you playing Nikki for? I don't disagree with anything she said there. And yes, it's about winning. If Trump felt like she could offer something, I'd like to think he would. But at this point, he is not. And look, she's not saying anything that any other GOP strategist hasn't said about staying focused. Focus on the issues and attack Harris on her record.
She goes on here about fighting for suburban women and college-educated independence, as she says. Cut 13, Phil, go.
And more than anything, this is not an election for just the MAGA vote. Trust me, Donald Trump has that. Republicans need to be fighting for suburban women, for college-educated, for independents, for moderate Republicans, and conservative Democrats. They want to be asked for that. The Republican Party needs to go out for them. Talk to them. Talk to them about the fact that Americans, the average American homeowner is now 49 years old.
And do you think that's not happening now? Do you think that this
No,
campaign is floundering on that point?
I want this campaign to win. But the campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb. It's not. You can't win on those things. The American people are smart. Treat them like they're smart.
Wow.
The only thing I disagree with is that the American people are smart. I think most Americans are dumb. But all valid points, all things that we have echoed on this show. And yes, you can sit here and you can give me $74 million and you can wear your red hat the whole bit. It's not enough. Your base is not enough. You need the base plus. And that plus, and I don't know if that it's really a 20%. I think it's smaller than that. But this is why I wanted a female vice president. This is why I think, and look, Trump's he's gone to the Bronx. He's gone to Atlanta. He's gone to Philadelphia. So Trump's not going just to places where he's got votes locked up. Although I would say this, and I said this on Monday, I'm like, Montana's worth what? 4 votes, 4 electoral college votes, and you have Montana. Don't waste your time.
Well,
Montana.
I mean, Dawn brought up yesterday because there's a close Senate race there. That's why he was there.
Yeah, I know, but it's like focus on PA, Georgia, and Wisconsin.
The Cook report, I think what the Trump campaign is worried about, and there are reports that, Trump, one of the reasons he went to Mar-a-Lago, that he is very, concerned about the momentum that Harris, the new shiny candidate who's nobody's ever known, and she's not part of this current disastrous administration apparently, but that the Cook report showed that Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, which were leaning Republican, and then they put them in the category of a toss-up. So I think that's the Trump campaign. But we see Trump do that. Trump is always doing this. This is what he did in 2016. Remember, he fired everybody a couple times until they settled on Kellyanne Conway. And we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
That the family wants Kellyanne, but reportedly Trump is concerned that maybe, just maybe, he didn't listen to me and go with, Sarah or a woman, and went with J.D. Vance. I'm being facetious here, obviously. I think J.D. Vance is fine, but he's just, looking at the numbers. He's doing what he's got to do because he's not taking anything for granted.
It's funny.
Nikki Haley, doesn't she come across as a little like,
I know. Why do I always feel like she's trying to lecture me in a slow kindergarten way like Kamala does?
Yeah.
Here's what we need. Nikki, can you speed it up a little
Well,
bit?
here's my one thing, and I'm not a Nikki Haley fan at all. I despise the woman.
Despise her?
Yes, she's not wrong with a lot of what she's saying.
No.
However, let me just say this: why are you taking advice from somebody who lost?
But the big thing is, Brett Baer asked her, would you campaign for him? What I wanted her to say is, you know what? I would love to. I'm eager to do that. And wherever I'm needed, I feel like I could speak to certain people in certain areas. And if the Trump campaign, I'm here. I'm ready. I want to fight. I love this guy. We need to get him in office. We need to make America great again. She didn't say any of that. So, to me, it just comes across as a little bit disingenuous. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I disagree with both of you on two things. One, you say, why would you take advice from somebody that lost? Just because somebody loses doesn't mean they don't make good points or have something to offer.
I said I agree with their points. So
Right. And then, like what Dawn, you just said about me, like, I don't need Nikki to regurgitate this slogan. Like, who cares? Hell with the slogan.
Which slogan?
Man, I don't need Nikki saying "Make America Great Again." I don't need.
Or fight.
I,
if she just would say, "I'm inspired." Look,
professional
I'm
wrestling?
inspired by this man. He's a fighter, and I'll never bring up something like that. But she's not. In other words, she's not really. Is she really willing to roll up her sleeves and campaign?
Probably not.
Is she really?
Probably not. No, she's bitter too.
All right. Well, what
There's
everybody's
just a
waiting.
little bit of a.
What everybody's waiting for. 3 minutes away. Nick Kale, the voice messages.
Voice messages.
All right.
When we come back, Kale and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? The choice is easy. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:45, Kale and Company on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, the Dawn Show in 15 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up top of the hour in about 5, as well as what occurred today in music history. But it's my new favorite feature on the show. God, I love this concept. Let's get to the Odyssey 1210 WPHT voice message machine.
This comment is for Mr. Greg Stocker.
Oh, boy,
Greg, you know how they say somebody has a face for radio?
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know I think you have a voice for the newspapers.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Ouch!
Yeah.
A voice
Man.
for newspapers.
It's so mean.
Wow.
So mean.
Oh.
Wow.
I love your voice is like a kid.
Yeah. A kid?
A kid, kind of, you know what I mean? Like
Okay.
a college student or something.
I don't know.
I love
don't know
your
what that
voice.
means, but okay.
Face
No, I
for
mean, as-
face
I
for
like that.
radio, voice for newspaper. Interesting.
Relief when she didn't, Harris that is, didn't pick Shapiro. This guy isn't going to help this ticket one bit. And it's going to help Donald Trump into the White House.
I don't know. It's the momentum is on their side.
What's interesting is it's not so much to me about, help or hurt. It's a lady who has yet to give her policy. The selection of Walz has basically tipped her hand as to what her policy is. He is as far left as she is. She can try to say that he's Midwestern folksy guy. His policies would indicate he's California Walz.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this is Kevin from Bucks County again, beta testing this alpha tool. Great show, good observations, but quick little comment. Hey, Stalker.
Oh boy,
you got a nice little purse there sitting in your studio.
Uh-oh.
Why don't you go with Tim Waltz hand to hand and go in the men's bathroom and get yourself some tampons, dude? GregStalkerSucks.com.
Wait a minute, hang on.
So you have a purse?
Hang on, Phil. Can you take the one shot to me and zoom out and
That's
show
a nice
the
leather bag.
and show the leather bag?
I like that.
It's not a purse.
I've got something
Your
similar.
lady bag.
It's my man purse.
Yeah. So what is this? Here, show my purse. I got something similar, although it's suede.
Suede.
Yeah.
Suede?
Is that
Suede.
a purse? I think it's, I put my computer, my notebooks.
Why is everybody calling me out today?
Hey, you created this thing.
I know.
You created your own demise, sir.
I know.
Guys, love your show.
Thank you.
This whole Kamala thing with their new VP candidate, to me, is just all part of the distraction for the plot that they had to assassinate Donald Trump. That was an inside job. You can't tell me any different. There's just too much evidence to point towards it rather than away from it.
Wow.
How dare they?
Man.
Mm-hmm. Another man who's in agreement with this broadcaster right here.
I just don't buy Kamala's whole shtick, like her voice, all that. I don't buy it. At least Trump has a personality, and it's one. You get what he's giving you. Like you got this Walz guy. He's shaking his wife's hand, won't give her a hug or a kiss on stage. You got Kamala. Good evening, everybody. Like she's the most peaceful person in the world. I just don't buy it.
I don't think what you see with Kamala is shtick. I think that's genuinely her. She's just weird and bizarre in public settings and giddy and gets caught up in these word salads because it's a nerve anxiety thing. Now, if you're saying directly with the lovey-dovey stuff, yeah, that could be an act because we've heard the reports about how she's made her staffers cry and she's dropped F-bombs, which I totally believe.
Yeah.
A lot of these powerful people behind the scenes, They are miserable jerk-offs.
They are. They are. All right, I think that's where we're going to end for today.
I was hoping for more stalker hate speech.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. You're like Tim Walz, man.
Is it because I pressed Dawn's buttons? I mean, I did the same with Tony Bruno. So.
You did. You pressed the buttons in the studio.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
I'm a button guy.
All right, keep the voicemails coming because we will play them eventually.
All right. Dawn, what do we have lined up 10 minutes out?
We're going to talk more about Tampon Tim, since we talked about free tampons locally, but Tampon Tim and the DNC and what's going on with the DNC and how they're keeping away those anti-Jewish, anti-Israel protesters and what they're doing to them to try to mitigate what they know is going to be a protest, big protest happening in Chicago at the DNC. We'll talk about all that. We'll talk about Tim Walz, Gold Star appearance, speaking out against him as a coward. We'll talk about that one. Christine Flowers joins us at 10:30, so we'll talk all things Pennsylvania, all things local. My gosh, there's just so much going on. And then Trump reportedly, we have another new report about Trump very upset about the campaign. Will he fire two of his top peeps?
Ooh.
So that's another. We have multiple reports from that we're getting, and we talked about that yesterday too. So we'll get into that one as well.
Okay. Counterbalance of firing somebody with 82 days to go. Is it a sign of panic, or is it a desperate need that you have to make a change? Glad I don't have to make that decision. All right, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kale and Company.
Today, August 14th, and we have a lot today.
Oh, yeah?
We celebrate the birthdays of Dash Croft from Seals and Croft, who's now 84, Kevin Cadigan from Third Eye Blind, who's 54, and Steve Martin, who's 79. A heavenly birthday shout-out to David Crosby. We also lost Robert Calvert of Hawkwind on this day in 88, and Dave Williams from Drowning Pool in 2002. Singlecood Can't Stand Losing You by the Police in 78. Abacab by Genesis in 81. Check My Brain by Alice in Chains in 2009. And Start Me Up by the Stones in 81.
Yeah.
Albums include Who's Next by The Who in 71. March or Die by Motorhead in 92, and Hawkwind released their debut in 1970. Also in 65, Sonny and Cher was atop the singles chart. In 2017, Pantone actually launched a new color, a purple hue in honor of Prince. In 74, Neil Peart made his Rush debut. In 94, Bob Dylan played the last day of Woodstock 94. And in 95, the Foo Fighters made their TV debut on the David Letterman Show. But lastly, on this day in 62, Pete Best is fired from the Beatles, Ringo is hired, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
For Kale and Company,
Nice.
I fill up.
That's a really good one there.
is.
Nice work. Philip. Yes. Do we have time?
Who won Twitter?
BC Mag Man, our buddy, says, great show this morning. I never miss you on 1210. Truth with humor. We laugh because it's funny, or we laugh because it's true. You know the movie.
Yeah.
Thank you for the praise, sir.
There you
Appreciate
go.
it.
All right. We end on a high note. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow on a Thursday at 6. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get